So, yeah. Hello, everyone. Hello, people here. Hello, group that is online. Welcome to the very final day of the Masters, a momentous occasion. And I'm glad that you all had a really good evening yesterday evening, and I enjoyed the bit of it that I joined you for. So what we're going to do, as I mentioned last night, so we'll just finish off on doing interviews. Okay, there's a couple of bits I want to share. We'll have a little bit of a debrief on Donma's trials and tribulations at talking to the senior manager from Health, and then we'll get you to just have a go, your own interview questions, and sort of starting to interview each other. And having done that, what we'll do is we'll move on to the next stage, which is looking at the analysis and how you're going to pull everything together. So just a couple of quick bits before we get into that debrief. How and what to record. Obviously, you will be recording your interviews. So those of you that are having to do them remotely, obviously you can use the sort of Teams or Zoom, etc., to be doing the recordings. And I'd suggest just sort of, I mean, most phones have got apps already, recording apps, and so just use your phone. Obviously, you'll be explaining to people, and you'll have explained previously as well that you will be recording, and we talked about how you can reassure people about that. In my experience, people forget that it is being recorded pretty quickly. Actually, I don't know, it doesn't tend to be a big issue for people. What is important, though, is you capture all that kind of contextual information, because by the time you've done a few interviews, you will not remember all of it. And so you'll see the list there. I'm not sure there's anything that I need to particularly explain on that, but do say if there is. So just get that stuff.
Personal info, e.g.
I'm not sure what loss is.
What is?
Personal service? Loss.
Yeah, length of service. Length of service, yeah. So just, whatever, it's essentially the criteria that you have used. Donma was talking yesterday about the importance of trying to go for a bit of a heterogeneous sample, so a bit of breadth in your sample in terms of all of those kind of personal factors. Just make sure that you've got an idea of which sort of characteristics each individual has, because it will all end up as a bit of a blur. Okay, so make sure that you've done that. And actually, I think we'll just go straight into the debrief from here. So the interview yesterday, late yesterday afternoon, it was a little bit challenging because I was being a bit difficult. What did you learn from it? Other than don't try and interview people who are, sort of to the right of Attila the Hun. But what were the key learning points that came out for you? What could you, just thinking about to do differently?
I think don't let it go down too much of a rabbit hole.
Yeah, I think if you feel you're getting down a rabbit hole, sometimes it can, rather than try to divert and dig in a different direction, sometimes it is a question of climbing back up, but doing so with grace, recognising what people have said, but just then, you know, sort of reminding them of the purpose of what you're doing is good. Anything else?
Building that initial rapport.
Say again, sorry.
Building the initial rapport.
Yeah,
Form them up until I.
yeah. Don't just dive in. Yeah. Okay. And how would you have done? How would Donna have done that? What Donna have done?
Just putting them at ease and just having maybe a general chit chat at the beginning, not just explaining, but getting to know and.
Yeah.
Initial introduction.
Yes.
A little bit warmer, I guess. Then
Yeah.
get them to relax and then.
That's
They're seeing
why-
who you are and not the fact that you're coming in and essentially.
Yeah. And I think you do have to judge it a bit. I mean, the character I was playing was dressed and very operationally focused. So sort of too much of a really general chit chat would probably, you know, just got even more. But sort of, oh, tell me a bit about you, tell me a bit about your role, etc.
I think that's why this is a really brilliant question. Because people want to talk about themselves.
Yeah.
And it's not just chit chat, of course, at that stage, because it sets the context for everything else they're going to tell you. So them talking about themselves and what they do and how they construct that is very, very important. So it does a lot of work, that initial question, and it's really open and it's just you listening to them.
If you end up with somebody like that, you could almost play the game a little bit and like ask them about the job, and you could be like, oh wow, that sounds like such an integral job, and I bet you're absolutely rushed on. Yeah.
Just be a tiny bit careful. I bet you're a bit rushed off your feet. You're starting to get leading there, you know, sort of, so an open question.
So I probably from that point, I would have said straight away, so let me just reassure you, I'm not going to take up too much of your time.
Yeah.
And let's get straight into it, because I know you're busy. So that's how I probably would have handled someone.
Yeah, but then tell me a bit about your
Yeah.
job and so what sorts of pressures do you find you're under might be a better way rather than, I bet you're rushed off your feet, because it's just, you know, it's so easy to say things, and because typically internal comms people will tend to be fairly empathetic in the first instance, you know, we can slip very easily into empathy that is entirely, you know, without meaning to be a tiny bit leading. So just watch for that and try and keep to that sort of openness, really. Anything else?
I think know exactly what you want to say, but be ready to change it.
Yeah.
Depending on who you're talking to.
Yeah.
That's it.
And what can you do? So know exactly what you want to say, but be ready to change it. Great, but you know, sort of, we all know what it's like in the moment when you feel the spotlight's on you, and so what can you do so that you feel you will have that flexibility to be able to change?
That scenario is either role play with yourself, like this is what I would like to say. These are possible responses I might get to how would I practice getting back on track, or
Right.
ask somebody else to practice with you without being quite too obstructive.
Yeah. And actually, I think there's something absolutely fundamental there about pilot. Make sure you pilot. You absolutely, it's a huge mistake ever, no matter how experienced you are, to go into something without having piloted it first. So, you know, sort of arrange your first interview is a pilot interview. You're sort of testing for yourself how you will go, and you will, I bet you'll end up doing some adaptation as a result of that. You know, I always find I will tweak after a pilot, and yeah.
Exactly. Prepare as much as you can, pilot and test. Yeah.
I mean,
No, absolutely. So it's really important. You can use that pilot as one of your actual interviews. Okay, so if it goes horribly wrong, like last night, you probably think, right, I'll park that one and I'll start again. But you can use it within your 8 interviews or whatever. But it really does make sense, and make sure you say in your methodology that you piloted the questionnaire and made, and just say, that you made minor amendments, then you reflect that in your methodology as well. If you don't say that, you will get picked up about in the when you come to be marked about, there's no records of the pilot haven't been conducted. There's that, the not such robust research. So yeah, pilot, but also I think it's going back to that whole thing about really being clear about your research questions, not just the words on the page, but what they really mean. And so therefore, what you're trying to find out overall, those 3 or 4 key areas you're trying to find out about, they need to really just be so embedded in you, and that'll help as well. So you're on really solid ground in terms of what you're looking for. It's going to be much easier to be able to tack and change a bit when it comes to the moment. Any other comments on yesterday, Adam?
You know the old politician journalist thing where the journalist asks the question, the politician says, "That's an interesting question, but the question I want to answer is this." If you're talking, I can think of one of our senior managers who would do that. Do you just kind of say, but do you actually insist on it? Do you do the Jeremy Paxman and insist on us this question? Do you just find a different way of doing it? Do you give up? Do you, how many times, what's
I'd say what you don't want to do is to make it feel like a journalistic interview. I think it's because you are trying to build that rapport, which, the Paxman style journalists are not necessarily doing. They're deliberately going in to be adversarial. They also go in and they're leading from the start as well. I used to live with a journalist and I used to listen to him interviewing on the phone. Oh my God. He had what he wanted to get, and that was what he was aiming for. Absolutely. And you're different. You're building rapport, you're being open. I think if you did have someone who was doing that, I would bring them back to the purpose of what you're trying to achieve overall and what the link to the business benefit is. And certainly in the instance of a senior manager, I think, they should hopefully be able to see that there is sense in answering the question you might want to answer. They might still want to have their say on whatever the other point is. Fair enough. As long as they're not going to go on at length, then, there may be something useful in it as well. You never know. So I wouldn't shut them down, but I would remind them of what you are both there to be doing.
Find them doing a master's study.
Yeah, absolutely. You can do that as well. But I think it's the bringing back to, it's the whole thing about influence. You really, and at that point you would be trying to influence them back. It's the whole thing about trying to make the link back into the benefit for them. The benefit for them is that there is business benefit ultimately. Right. Any other points before we get you having a go? Excellent.
Would you say it's like doing research into your, so presumably there's not too many people, but people you're interviewing, so if you're doing something where you maybe haven't been so close to selecting the people that you want to interview, is it worth doing a little bit of background research, like what their team is, what do you know about them, just so that you can have that, I'm not wasting your time, I am very genuinely interested in your views.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think getting, the more background and contextual information you have, the better. That's why you've done your literature review before you go in to do your questions as well. So you're really well informed about the, contextually about the area that you're talking about. They may come up with stuff particularly interesting if that is the case. But knowing your ground, both in terms of that and in terms of the area, etc., makes tons of sense.
But be careful how you use that background knowledge. Don't then make assumptions, and certainly don't suggest to them that you're making assumptions about what you know about them, about what they think. So, just be very careful how you use that knowledge in the way you interview.
So, just before we get you diving into questions, the other thing I'll do. Yeah, I just want to move one forward. Yeah, thanks. I'm not going to get into, because Donna talked about reliability, etc. already, but I just want to briefly talk about the bias points on this, and that is all part of actually ensuring that your data is reliable and valid. Three basic types of bias. So as it says here, you've got interviewer bias. That's the impact you will be having on the research. And the sorts of bias can be if you walk into the room and I probably wouldn't go down terribly well in a bank. I suspect if I'm interviewing really senior managers in a bank and I'm, actually I look quite formal, but I've got red hair. Do you know what I mean? You're going to be, try and reflect of them so that you feel that they're at their ease. And in terms of the way in which you're asking your questions, anything to do with leading questions, etc., all of that would be interviewer bias. You want to make sure you're avoiding that as much as you possibly can. Be aware of the interviewer bias that you'll be bringing, because when in the follow-up questions you ask, in the sort of the analysis you do, as we talked about at the start, your frame will have an impact on the research. Inevitably, your frame of reference, sense making, will have an impact on the research. The key thing there is just to be really aware of that. So to be almost keeping an eye on yourself and noting your own, sort of when you think your own reactions may be sort of influenced by that. Then we've got interviewee and response bias. And that can be things like, if you're doing the interview and people aren't feeling secure in the environment that they're in, that they thought someone might walk in at any minute, they might be a little bit reticent about what they say. Asking about sensitive questions too early on, again, you're likely to be getting that sort of interviewee bias coming in. I think we've talked about the various things you can do to reduce that. I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of terms, because I think we want people within the methodology to be talking about how they.
As I said, in the section where you're describing how you set up the interview and how you conducted the interviews and what you took into account when you were doing that, there is a bit where you can talk about this is how I address the possibility of different types of bias and minimize by taking these steps to talk to people to make sure the environment was, etc.
And the third type of bias is participation bias, and that's to do with who you get. Again, you talked about that yesterday. Within your methodology, do that. If you can't get the people you would ideally like to interview, say who, what category you would have ideally liked to interview, but what you're having to do because, so you're being explicit about anything that isn't ideal, because you're not going to, it's not all going to be ideal, but just being completely transparent about that is what we need. Okay. Any questions about any of that bit before we get you working probably in pairs? Only 2, 4, 6. No, we'll need pairs and a 3, I think. So you started to work on some interview questions yesterday. What I think we'll do is we'll get one of you to start interviewing the other one for about 5 minutes. And then I might make it a little bit shorter than that, about 4 minutes. And then we'll swap, and then just a tiny bit of a debrief afterwards. So, sort of, and in the debrief, both for you as the interviewer and for the interviewee, what do you feel went well? What could you have potentially done?
Well, we know we're in different places. We know what the other person's interviewing. I don't know what they're.
Tell them who they are. If you're interviewing, tell them who they are.
I don't know what subject they're talking. I'm asking them about.
No, you're interviewing using your own questions.
I know, but. Oh, okay, something.
Yeah, just tell them who they're.
You're going to need, those of you who are being interviewed, you are going to need to use a little bit of improvisation just to be responding. Respond the best you can. Don't do what I did last night about being difficult. I think this is about building everything back up again. So try and answer the questions, play nicely. But just to sort of have a go and have a look at, okay, how well do I feel that this is working? Remembering that when you do come to the questions for real, they're going to have been agreed with your supervisor, who will be giving you feedback on them, and then you'll be doing a pilot, and then you'll be doing it in real life. So, we're still throwing you back in again a bit at the moment, but it will be much easier when you come to do it. And yes, I think what we'll do with the 3s, I think it's going to be a question of one person observing the other 2. Okay, yeah. Right, so if you can get yourselves into pairs, I'll make you 3, the 3, Chris, Lee and Nigel. We'll put you 3 in, is it me? Right, when 5 minutes is up. Going to pause again. Excellent. Okay, so the others are still rejoining us from online, but they'll be with us in a second. How was that?
It's amazing.
All right. So, any points that let's have some praise. What did people think was being done well?
Amazing achievement for anyone who did that in a hypothetical situation without their questions, without doing any of their research questions.
Oh.
Well done, everyone.
What was good? Anything, good use of open questions?
Some really welcoming and asked me some good general questions to start with, just to get the conversation
Right.
going. And then the questions that she used, I felt that I understood them and I could clearly have a conversation with her about them, and then she took it. They were good questions.
Excellent.
I have to
Excellent.
say, Lindsay reframed it really, really well, so I said something, completely forgot what I had said after this, and she reframed it excellently, then said, I'm just gonna improve that a little bit more, and the way you framed it
Nice,
was very good.
nice, excellent. Other plaudits.
Sherry listened really well, and I was surprised how great it felt when she fed back to me what I had said, and I felt like she really understood my point.
Excellent. So people really, and so you were feeling heard.
Very much.
And did that make you want to contribute more?
Mhm.
What sort of leading was, what sort of question was that? That was a completely leading question.
Yeah.
It was a closed leading question that I just asked you. Absolutely. Okay, other nice points.
That was really cool.
Sorry. I was gonna say with Adam, as an open body, I think in one of his questions he used jargon, but I felt that he was open enough that when I was saying, what do you mean? It didn't feel like a stupid question.
Right,
So I felt confident to be able to go, sorry, I don't really understand what you mean by that,
okay,
which was nice.
okay.
I like to give feedback. So
Yeah, so if you were doing that in a pilot, you would know, actually, that term isn't generally understood. Lovely, that's really nice.
It really has really helped me to think about volume with the complexity of what I'm trying to cover in what actually will turn out to be probably quite a short interview with people. So I need to really focus in on the bit I want to get to. I'm just,
Which, yeah.
it's too broad still. Very
Which is, yeah, but that's a kind of the theme of the entire research project, isn't it? Keep it focused, keep it narrow, you'll get the depth if you do that. Lovely. I saw lots of nice open body language, and I saw people, it really, what came through was how good everyone is at that rapport building with the, you were looking interested. There were the nods, and there was no kind of anyone thinking, oh, I must nod. There was none of that. You were just doing that. You were looking like you were really interested in what the other person was saying, and that got you a long way in its own right. Anything that you would add?
Yes, so I had some good open questions, good listening, picking up from what people said and building on that. This was really good, again, the reframing, some very nice specific questions that get, so things like, can you give me a recent example of that? I heard that one of you said, which is exactly the sort of thing. So picking up on what they said and making, and it felt as if the conversation was flowing very nicely. I don't know if it felt like, particularly here when I thought, I am.
Yeah, no, that was really nice. Things that you think, well, I could have done that a bit better. Rosie was brilliant when I was first started going round.
Yeah, I did kind of catch myself asking several questions in one go.
Yeah. And yeah, I did hear a few of those as I was going round. It's ever so easy to do it. And as soon as you start asking several questions, not only is it confusing, it's the other person has much more processing that they've got to do. Just picking up on your point, Caroline, around complexity. You asked a question which was about what are the mechanisms for introducing AI and how can we support you? And yeah, immediately, yeah, just tease them out, yeah. So double barrel questions, any other?
Are we writing kind of about the kind of questions that we're asking? I'm thinking like in terms of, so on this around senior leadership, and one of the questions I thought would be a nice way of priming them is around, can you tell me a little bit about your pathway to senior leadership? Because I want them to, one, understand they're a senior leader and make that clear at the start. I want them to think about how they've been treated up to that point. I want them to think about kind of maybe some of the interactions and the management that they've had on their way to senior leadership. Like, how much are we writing about, you think about those questions?
When you make, in your methodology.
So we write actually.
I really like how you're thinking, it's exactly like I'm asking them this question, because I want them to be talking to me about this.
Yeah, I want to take them, I want to put them in a place where they're
Yes.
thinking about these topics already through their own thinking.
That's
Probably
correct.
that way.
That is how you should be thinking about. Now, how much of that you write, the methodology? I mean, you can start.
I mean, I
writing,
was thinking I could write notes about like.
You might run out of words by the time you describe, so you might be a little bit more economical with the
Yeah,
description.
sure,
Yeah.
maybe not every question.
You're not gonna
maybe
run
every
out of
question.
Then those kind of scene setting warm-up questions when it comes to actually doing your, you know, writing up the findings afterwards, yeah, you are going to be much more selective. You know, you're going to pull on just the key stuff that you've been finding out, as we're going to carry on to talk about in just a minute.
And just quickly, and just not open and close questions as well, like, what I kind of noticed was that there's certain questions that if you kind of want to get your interviewee off to like a good start and get comfortable. So there's probably like, I know we talked about open and close questions, but there's something there around, I think we were talking to Lee, wasn't we, around the fact that Lee wants to get into kind of what kind of messages are delivered at regular meetings. And I was thinking that maybe one of the things you could ask is, what is your regular meeting pattern?
Yeah.
Because they will know that, they will be able to answer that, and it'll get them into that kind of good mode.
Nice, specific question.
Okay, cool. You see that,
Yeah.
but I kind of see that as like,
Yeah.
like a kind of a shorter, less thinking about, I don't know if there's like a terminology to those kind of questions, or where you know that like, there's gonna be one answer to it. And it'll be,
Yeah, if you
oh,
go back to
I
that
do this,
grid,
I do this.
if you go back to that grid, it is actually on the grid where you're
And
asking.
is that good to do?
Very
to give
specific
them up to,
questions,
like,
yeah.
good ones
No,
where
that's
they kind of
great,
know
that's
the answer to warm them up into then asking kind of, what kind of message.
Yeah, and I mean, you are going to be using closed questions. Yes, sometimes you just want to close people back down again. And actually that sort of a very specific question or a summary, and is this what you know, have I captured that correctly? Now I want to move on. That can be a good way of actually people who are much too digressive in things. Great. Any other final points? Because if not, we've collected all this massive amount of data now. Oh, sorry, I didn't ask our online group. Any comments from online? Any insights from you?
I think it was from my perspective when I was asking the questions, it's making sure that I'm listening to the responses to then probe before I'm going, oh, what's my next question? So I think that for me, that was just a bit of a watch out to make sure that I really am listening and getting that deeper depth insight. But yeah, and that segue to new topics, we discussed that as well being an opportunity when we're changing a topic to kind of acknowledge, summarize the response for the previous topic and before we move on to something new. So yeah, no, it was really worthwhile session to do.
Excellent. That is great. And I noticed as well, one or two people were writing and, you know, sort of jotting down responses. I think just, you know, think about what you're doing there. Sometimes it can be useful just to make a couple of notes, particularly if you think, oh, actually, I want to come back to that. I want to do that next. Don't try though to be sort of almost like transcribing, given that you're going to have the recording anyway. Because the more you're writing down, again, then the more of your brain isn't really engaged with them.
I don't know that I had to do that in order to be able, like, just words.
Yeah, the odd word is fine. It's if you're trying to capture the points they've made, that's when it starts getting a little bit problematic, I think.
Also the body language, the writing down everything. And
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but the odd, just making the odd note, I think is absolutely fine.
Can I ask one little thing? So we talked about the poker face yesterday, and then today we just talked about how great it was that we had this encouraging, interested body language and facial expression. I was worried that I was mirroring too much. I was laughing a lot with Cherry, and I was like, am I biasing her now by over encouraging faces?
I think it's a slightly different scenario that you're in right now than you will be when you're doing the interviews. But I think that whole thing about be careful about the reactions. You don't want to look like an automaton. But at the same time, yeah, what you do want to avoid, that sounds really awful. That's the stuff that you really avoid. Right. And unless there's anything else pressing, what I want to do now is to move on and to start to think about what are we going to do with all this fantastic material that you have collated.
Are we recording, by the way? Shall I?
Hope so.
Yeah, you are.
Yes, we are. Right, I won't faff about with that. My display's gone a bit funny, so I'll just keep looking backwards. So what we're going to be doing now is this, analysing our data. Move on again. Thank you. And this entire session be a joy to people who like doing jigsaw puzzles. And that is my metaphor, okay, for doing coding. Because when you get a jigsaw puzzle, you shake everything out of the box, don't you? And spread it all out. So you're dividing everything out into individual pieces. And then what do you do? Once you've got everything in all their individual pieces, you start to group everything. You've got your sky bit and your green bit, and is that the Algai Lake or is it a tree? Right, I'm going to separate that out. And they think, oh no, actually, I think I might not have got that quite right. I'll have to just rejig what I'm doing with my greens here. And then, having done all of that, you can start to build the picture. Now, where this analogy falls down is that with a jigsaw puzzle, or all the ones I've seen so far, there is a definitive picture on the front of the box. When you're coding and analysing your data, you'll be doing it through a specific lens. The lens is your research questions, the specific things you're trying to find out. And so the way in which you're grouping and categorising things will be a bit different from if somebody else was looking with some different research questions. But other than that, it's the same process. It's breaking things down into bits and then grouping them together and seeing how the whole thing fits. That's basically it. We could stop now, but I'm going to carry on because we're not breaking till 11 o'clock. Okay. So the next one, we'll move straight on from that. We don't need this. So when it comes to analysing data, what you're going to need to do to start with, when you do your interviews, your phasing of your interviews, you'll probably do them over a week or a couple of weeks within your time scale. Don't try and do them back to back. Huge mistake. I mean, I know in consultancy terms, you often will go in and you're just doing them and you get a quarter of an hour to go to the loo in between and just try and make a few notes to remind yourself. But it gets very difficult to remember that. Caroline, am I right? By the time you get to the end of the day, I've often had to say to people, have I asked this question already? I'm so sorry, but I've been talking to people all day about this.
I had one set where I started with the Far East at 5 in the morning and finished with the West Coast, the US at about 11 at night. It's horrific.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And I didn't know where I was, what day,
No.
or who I'd already spoken to.
And would you have been able to have recalled anything from that day by the end of it?
I think-
Some horrible blur.
Yeah.
Yeah. So don't make that mistake. What you want to do is just spread things out a bit. So do the interview, and then after doing the interview, the first stage is you're going to transcribe it. Okay. Now, clearly, this is something where, you know, sort of AI will be your friend. We have absolutely no objection to you using whatever app you want in order to be transcribing. You must do, though, is check it, because I actually asked AI about its own accuracy. Can't be called it an it, can you? But I asked about the accuracy of AI transcriptions, and it told me that whilst a lot of the providers will say it's around about 90%, actually can go down as low as 70%. There's been various studies into doing the effectiveness of automated transcription, in particular where you've got any sort of language issues, where there's likely to be jargon, nuance, etc. It's not going to be that great.
And the accents.
Yes.
And accents, yeah, which would be like a language thing. So you absolutely cannot shortcut it. You've got to go through, but it's in your advantage to do that, because the more that you're listening to the interviews and going back through and correcting those words and putting in the things like, well, you know, there was a laugh before that, there was a gap, an awkward gap there. All of that will be helpful once you actually start to do the analysis, but it gets you really familiar with your data, and that's what you want to do. You want to be as familiar as possible. So with the transcription, you're going to include all that, you'll want to have the contextual stuff that, as we've said, in terms of the various characteristics and so on, you'll keep that in a separate file. Talked about that. Make sure you keep the questions exactly as you asked. Okay, so those form part of the transcript itself, because that will again help when you keep going back and you're looking at the analysis. So how did I ask that question that time? Could that have had an impact? Could be a useful thing to do. And as it clean and check the data, I've said that already, and file each interview separately, have that confidential code name so that you're not saying, oh, it was John Miles was talking about how the entire exec team should be sacked. And as you're, but even when you're doing your transcripts, but as you go throughout, keep thinking about what you've just heard. So interim summaries are really useful. Have a notebook. You know, sort of, you could immediately after the interview, you could just note down, oh, these are the key things that struck me from the interview, being aware that your own sense making is going to have an influence on that. As you're starting to transcribe again, what you can be doing is, oh, right, actually, there's this that I didn't pick up. You know, just keep building a picture for yourself of what you are thinking about what you're finding. Because you'll think that you'll remember that, but you won't, because you've got a lot that you're going to be doing, and you are doing it in the context of having an entire other life as well. So The other thing that you'll be doing is to, as you're doing the transcripts, as you're thinking about the interviews you've done so far, well, what else do I need to do? You know, how else could I be improving this? Are there other things? I don't think I've really got to the nub of, you know, the question about how we support senior managers to be building trust. What more do I need to be asking there in the future? So just keep trying to do that. Keep thinking about, what do I think it's telling me? What are the findings telling me? Is it about, yeah, it's time that is the key issue for them? Is it that it's actually a mixture of time and confidence, but they're saying it's time is the key issue in terms of leadership visibility, for example? But try and think about, but are there other things? Could it be other things as well? You know, it's good to keep testing yourself and think about what are the alternative explanations. Because again, our sense-making brains will tend to want to push us down one particular route, and we want to try and open ourselves up and look at alternative explanations as well. And we do love a bit of disconfirming data, don't we, Donna? It's great, you know, when you're actually writing your findings up and you're saying, you know, the majority was saying this, but then there was, you know, other people who were saying that. That's all really lovely. Okay, let's move on. Yeah.
Can I ask about the sort of difference between the bias and the contextual information? So bias, for example, as the interviewer, depending on who I'm in, there could be what I'm trying to get to is because of me and my role and the person I'm interviewing, things like power structure, those kind of things, is that bias or is that context?
That's a brilliant question. I think it's contextual information which could be introducing bias.
Yeah.
Because the fact that you are interviewing someone who's terrified by you because, you know, they haven't been with the organisation very long and they feel like they're in this really lowly role and they're really quite nervous anyway. You know, that's the context, that's what's happening. Obviously, you're doing what you can to overcome that because of your approachability, etc. But that's the context. But that could introduce bias. So it's the context that helps introduce the bias. You know, if you make a horrible mistake and you walk in to an interview and you're dressed up really formally and they're in a really creative and very informal environment, again, that's context, but it could potentially introduce bias. So I think it's both.
I mean, that's why that point that Liz makes here about reflexivity is very important, because you need to be aware of that, reflect on it, and constantly think about, okay, what do I do about that? And if I can't affect it, because it's important, I mean, the hierarchical relationships are there, and you can't always influence how they feel, what they're prepared to tell you, then just even reflecting on that when you're analysing what they said and whether they're holding back, it's better than not doing it. Yeah.
And then you will be explicit about that when it comes to the report itself. And so in your, you know, when you're looking at validity and reliability, you could actually reflect on the fact that, you know, sort of you are in this role in the organisation and therefore there is likely to be that reaction to you. So you're going to be doing it that way as well. And in the the learning, in the reflections section, that you will definitely be doing that. And it's recognising stuff like that, that helps you do a really good learning reflection, which does get marked this time round. So that reflexivity is very, very important. Okay, I think, you know, I've probably covered that sufficiently. So is there anything else? Oh, if you do use documents as well, if there, I can't think that you probably would in the research that you're doing, but if you were doing a piece of research where you were actually including some analysis of documents that you've used, again, it's good to just create those summaries, etc. The more that you're doing stuff with the data, the more you're familiarising yourself with the data. I think that's really the reason for that emphasis. Let's move on. Right, so this is where we get back to our jigsaw puzzle again. And so what you're going to do is to take those interviews you've done and you're going to shake them out, okay? So you're literally just going to break them down into, might be key words, might be key phrases, it might be a whole paragraph is basically saying one thing, but what you're essentially doing is you're taking an interview and you're saying, what I've got here is data. Yeah? I've got all this data. I need to break it down into the individual units of data. And so you are going to go through your transcripts, and we're going to practice this in a second, so you're going to have a go at it, and you're literally going to see, so what are all the different points that have been made in this transcript, in this interview? What are the different points that this individual have made? And each new point you will give a code to. And you can do that in the margin, or, you know, there's various ways that you'll find you can do it. You know, you could actually take the transcript itself and you could do the notes, put the codes inside the transcript itself, just use a different font or whatever. But you're going to be just dividing it up into those different codes. And the codes that you use, you could just use your own term, something. So if you're talking, for example, about the way in which people are giving their views to the organisation, you might decide, I'm going to use the term feedback for that. Or you could use a theoretical term. So what's a good theoretical term for people giving feedback to the organisation? Voice, employee voice. So you could use employee voice as your code term, or you could use in vivo coding, where what you're doing is you're using, you know, a term that's been used by the interviewee themselves. So, you know, sort of they might talk about, oh, I wanted to speak up about that. So you could use speak up as your code. It's up to you. You do. And literally you just go through and do all of that. There are there is software that you can use that will help with the coding process. To use that software, you've got to kind of set it up first yourself in terms of your codes, etc. And frankly, I think we've had people who tried to use the software. And was it you saying that someone was trying to use a software package last year and they found it actually ended up taking longer because we're doing so few interviews, relatively speaking. You know, if you were doing 50 interviews, I think it starts to become well worthwhile to use the software. I'm not so sure that there's a lot of work involved in actually setting first of all, the codes, and then you'll be grouping the codes into themes as well. So I'm not sure that you would save that much on that. Donna, any comments from you on that? Because I'm guessing you use the software very
Yes, but I mean,
but in a
software has
context.
changed now. It's AI.
Yeah.
Do the coding for you, but don't do that.
I did ask AI about it as well, and how well AI could do the coding, and it actually marked itself down on that. It said, "Great to assist." Basically, yeah. Once you've actually sort of really sorted all your codes and everything out, well, hey, I'm your friend. But up to that point, it still needs that human intervention in order to really make sure that the coding you're doing reflects what people have genuinely said. And I know, I mean, I've got it, and admittedly, this was about 4 or 5 years ago now. There was one particular organisation I went into where they were worried about some survey results they'd had, and it's a very well-known survey company. It had the qual data. They had just, sort of used some automated means of analysing the whole thing. We actually took the data and analysed it ourselves, and the picture was complete, like really shockingly different. I think things will have improved since then, but there definitively is a difference, and AI agrees with me, so I'm on fairly solid ground on that particular one.
Well, I mean, the main issue is you need to do your own coding because you need to know your data. If you delegate your coding, you'll never get on top of understanding what the findings are, and the whole thing is going to go wrong. So for future projects you do in the organization, once you know what you're doing with coding, fine. But for this one, do it from scratch.
Yeah. And it will mean that if you are using AI or whatever in the future as well, you'll be able to look at the outputs that you're getting with a bit more insight too. Okay, so as I say, what we're doing is we're starting off with the codes, and then we've got all our green codes, and we're going to put all of those together, and they form a nice little category of their own, and then we're going to start to think about what the full picture is going to look like. So let's move on to the next slide. Right, okay, so we're going to do this together, and then I've got an example that I'm going to get you to sort of work through in groups. So we're going to do it twice, basically. And the way we'll do this one is, again, using the stop technique. I've asked an individual, what do you most enjoy about working here? And I've transcribed their response. So now I'm about to start putting their response, I'm going to start coding it. And so what I want you to do is to shout stop as soon as you think I've reached the end of one code. So, for example, sort of, job security, you might say, stop. After that, right, there's one clear code there. Okay, so I will speak slowly and then you will tell me when to stop.
So when it gets to, it feels more secure here, would you sort of code that as the same, the one person puts the most weight on job security and then other points might be secondary? So you're doing, if you're doing some quantitative analysis of the qualitative data, you're saying for that person, the primary thing was security because they mentioned it 2 or 3 times.
I think what you're going to do is to look at the picture as a whole, okay? And so you've got 8 different interviews you're going to be doing. You're going to be asking all of them what you enjoy most about working here. And so you might find that 1 talks about job security, 4 or 5 talk about camaraderie as being, you know, the sort of the primary thing. And so then when you're doing your findings, you would say, you know, the majority talked about the camaraderie and team spirit in the organisation. Some other view, you know, and 1 individual commented on the importance of job security to them. Yeah. Okay. Job security. I just had a little stop. Are the rest of you not stopping?
Yes.
You are going to stop. Try. Sorry?
No, I didn't say.
Okay. There's not that much work around here. And it feels more, stop.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So there's not that much work around here. And it feels more secure here in comparison with what I've heard from friends working in other places.
Oh.
Plus the pay's okay. Right. You can get overtime if you want it, which can be, okay, which can be useful come Christmas time and birthdays. I've been here almost 20 years now, and I'll get a long service bonus come the anniversary. Once you reach 25 years, they do a party for you. Stop with me, okay? Right. Plus, my colleagues are great. We've all worked together a long time, and we do our best to pull together, despite the idiots in management. Spit. Let's just have a think about this. Because we had a stop, I think we had a stop after they do a party for you. And did we, was it 1 code? My colleagues are great, we've all worked together a long time and we do our best to pull together despite the idiots in management. So what were the stops there?
Worked together for a long time.
Okay, so
Didn't stop after +5.
well,
Great.
because there's potentially a code here. My colleagues are great.
Yeah.
So, and if you're using in vivo coding, what might you have as your code there? Great colleagues. Yeah. We've all worked together a long time. Is that a code in its own right?
Yeah.
It is, isn't there? Yeah. So there's and we do our best to pull together. So you've potentially got a code there as well. Despite the idiots in management, that is definitely a separate code because, you know, we've been talking about our colleagues and then we talk about idiots in management. You know,
You have
and,
the code idiot management.
yeah,
Just
absolutely. And actually, what you will find, you know, for a number of as you start to sort of work with your codes and group things together, you'll probably find with things like it may be with colleagues and with managers, you will get positive comments and then negative comments, and you want a separate code for each of those. So, you know, you might actually have a whole kind of theme, which is about positive comments about.
Because you have colour. You could have positive, negative, without having too many coding levels. So that was a green positive.
Yeah, I mean, colour coding is an absolutely legitimate way to do, and I mean, all the books will tell you there is, you know, there's no absolutely definitive way to do coding. If you ended up doing grounded theory, which we managed not to talk about yesterday, then it does start to get incredibly prescriptive, but you have to be really experienced to do it, and it takes an age to do a grounded theory project. But generally speaking, you know, you've got flexibility, you're following the principle, okay, and then you do that the way you want to.
Let's ask a quick question here about the idiots at management. Do you still do something with that, even though it's not related to the question? Because the question is about what you enjoy. It's not.
But I mean, that one question in terms of an entire piece that you're doing, I would code it initially. There will be things that will end up becoming redundant codes because they have absolutely nothing to do with sort of your research questions. I think it's dangerous to make too many assumptions early on about stuff that isn't going to be relevant. And the last thing you want to do is to have to go back through your coding again because you've realised that you know, there's one bit you missed something out, and you then have to start. I've done it, and it's a nightmare. I hate recoding, because it's always a bigger job than you think it's going to be. So do it thoroughly to start with, and then trim, rather than, you know, sort of thinking, oh, I can get away with.
I guess that's an isolated comment. That's okay, but if when you transcribe all of them, they're all talking.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
And that's exactly right. And of course, what you might end up with is a pattern of them and us. This is emerging here, and you might see that again and again and again, and it might become more significant than you think.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. Chris?
When you're going through it, from this example, that last sentence, you know, plus what looks great, that was one code, we'll work together for a long time, so would you start grouping them together at this stage? Because the third one there, we do our best to pull together, would that actually, could you just say, well, that actually sounds like colleagues great? You trying to keep it as broad as you can initially?
I think you're going to want to start to group and theme relatively early on. I'd probably code my first one without starting to theme up at all. If you're only doing 8 in total, I think then I'd probably start thinking about tentative themes. So you're grouping your codes under a heading that represents that code generally. So here you might have, well, what might the general codes be here? What's a key point? Yeah, there's a security point. Yeah, what was that? Tenure.
That's right.
Yeah. Terms and conditions looks like one as well. And relationship with colleagues, and disaffection with management. So it looks like you might, you know, sort of get all of that. Once you've done the whole transcript, though, it'll become clearer what you need to theme up. But it's a bit like with the jigsaw puzzle, that because you've put all the blue-green stuff in one area to start with, you could think later on, oh, actually, there's variations between that blue and green. I need to separate it out now. So, I mean, if you're working in Excel, which is a good way to be working with your codes, you can just then, you know, separate out your themes, etc. as you go. Good coding is iterative. If you do it definitively the first time, you probably haven't thought about it hard enough. So,
Would things ever have two codes? Those they would have two codes. So for example, despite
Yeah.
idiots in management, it could be a respondent with management code, but it could also just be a general negative code. So
but I'm not sure it would be just a general negative code, but yes, you could have something that could fit in with two different categories.
Yeah.
That would be okay.
would you code the report at the start of it? After the stuff that you told them about the data, loosen them up, would you code that?
Sorry, would I code which
At the
bit?
start of your interview, when you do a bit of rapport with someone, would you code that or not? Because
I code it at the beginning until you're confident you're not getting. It would depend how long it is. But I mean, you might get a nugget in there that is really crucial for how you're then interpreting something like later. Overcode at the beginning, like Liz said, just overcode it, code everything. I mean, by the time you're doing it in interview 5, you will have a much better sense of what's important, and you can skip the first bit perhaps.
Yeah.
Or be a little bit more economical with how you code it, but for the first of all.
Oh, hold on.
You want to go to move to the next one or not?
No, it's that they're just coming up generally, so I'll do this bit from here. Yes, I agree with that. I'll just move on now, just to look at, so when I was doing some coding earlier, these were the ones I came up with, so I had job security. Security in comparison to other places, I think we all had that as well. Pay as a specific one, then overtime. Long service benefits. Recognition of social events was one that I have there. Great colleagues, all together as team spirit, idiots in management. So we were pretty close, yeah? So, and no two people will ever code identically. So,
Liz, do you have to code negative or positive? Like,
if you are starting to get both negative and positive on a particular,
so like
you know, in a
pay,
particular area, then definitely yes, because otherwise
but you
it
should start overcoding, so maybe you should, if you talk about overcoding, maybe you should do that from the start, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, for me, if I had a negative code like that, idiots in management, you know, I might,
Oh, well,
you
that's
know,
obvious, yeah, but something like
yeah,
pay.
but it's only when you,
You
yeah.
talk about it negative, positive.
Yeah, as soon as you start getting a negative and positive in one area, then split those up into, you know, the two separate codes, one with the, positive, one with the negative. Right, so on Sol, you have a transcript, I hope.
You want to show it?
Why don't we?
We need to get it out of the store. And this. And see if it's ready.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Right, you should have a transcript which, when we scroll it up, looks something a lot like this. Okay. So I suggest you get into groups of 3 and have a go at starting to do some coding. Okay, so you're going to be doing exactly what we've just been talking about, just splitting the points up into groups. Everyone happy with the task? Great, everyone all right with splitting yourselves up?
Group online.
Group online, I'm going to do in a second. So if there's no questions about it, I'm going to get you started now. 10 minutes, you're not going to finish the whole thing, but you know, it gives you a chance to get started on it, and then we will move on and look at the next bit of the process.
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone online, okay, any questions? Okay, right.
Yeah.
If you want to, fine. I don't think it will probably make the final cut. I think is the shorthand way of,
If you're not certain, do it. It's
Yeah.
not gonna hurt.
absolutely.
Do you want to give
Right.
the recording a little bit of context on that?
What?
So we're talking about the laugh at the beginning, recording. People listen to the recording afterwards, when they get the context of what you just said.
Yeah. For me, there's nothing worse than when you've got lots of politics going on. You know, when they've all got their own agendas and everyone's getting pulled in different directions. Well,
Most of politics is a separate one.
that's why I'm actually looking at mine. I've got, there's loads of politics going on, is a code.
I'd say all the same.
Then they've all got their own agendas. Is potentially a code. And everyone is getting pulled in different directions. Is potentially a code, because, you know, again, you could end up conflating these afterwards, but to start with, each of those might be giving you some useful information. Everyone's getting pulled in, everyone's getting pulled in directions, yeah.
Yeah, so for example, when you come to write it up, remember we talked about richness in the way you describe the code. So if you end up with a code that says, oh, politics or political environment, whatever, and under that you might have some people talking about workplace politics, some people talking about agendas, some people talking about the same thing but in other terms, that gives you more to say in when you're describing your findings, rather than say, okay, one of my codes was politics, here's some quotes. So it gives you more depth. That this granular initial stage of let's capture this separately and this separately. It might end up as the same thing, but it gives you more to say about it.
You've got one of them saying one thing and another giving a different spin on it. Oh, great. It's really hard as you can get caught up in it all. Great. And it makes getting the job done really difficult. It's like navigating a minefield.
Interestingly, answered it negatively. They described what trustworthy executive does, and they've explained what the opposite would be, or probably from a previous experience.
Yeah, no, they haven't actually completely answered what it was you asked, but if you're aiming to be finding out about the sort of views about leadership and trust and, you know, what makes a trustworthy leader and the communication that makes a trustworthy leader, which, if you'll remember, is where we started off with our research objective and research questions yesterday. All of this is still actually going to be useful. So even though they may not have completely done what you asked them to, if it's useful information, don't knock it. You may, though, want to go back to it
I
again.
think that's like human response. I know what it isn't, but it's really hard to define what actually it is.
And that kind of thing is a nice reflection, and you might use it in the way you talk about the data. It was quite interesting that people found it much easier to come up with negative examples of this as opposed to, for example.
And actually, sorry, just to finish this off, then I'll come to you. If you look at the next question, that, there, it's actually, it reflects what that, that interviewee just said. So a sense of them having different agendas would decrease your trust in them. But go back to the positive behaviour described, can you explain a bit more about all pulling together? Because that was the first thing, because there was a positive comment, there was a bit that answered the question to start with. They do pull together, and then it went into the negative. So here it's just summarise and then go back. I'd like more depth there, please. Can you explain a bit more about what it means when they pull together? And I'm not going to go through any more because you've absolutely got it on the coding front. I'm feeling confident that this all, you know, this is good. So I don't think we need to go through the rest of them unless anybody feels they want to. But I just to sort of, in terms of looking at what's being done with the questions here, going back to pulling together and then clarifying. So, how does this relate to the exec being trustworthy? What that's an example of is question list, the questions to come back to what it was you were asking in the first instance, and making sure that you're really clear about the point that was being made, to get the point that was being made.
Question from.
Yes.
I was just going to say, do you have to be really careful though when you're doing this, because this interviewee has never actually said these are the things that are happening in my organisation. But if you code in them and then you're looking later, oh, we have loads about a negative culture, but it's not actually saying there is a negative culture.
And if we go on to the next page, that's something that is worth, if you're talking in general terms, you know, what does an executive team do when it's trustworthy, etc., then you would need to go back and ground that. Absolutely. And then you see there's the correction that's done there again. So find out, no, this was a long time ago in a different organisation. So what about the team here? To what extent do they pull together? So we're coming back to, this is what's important, how much is it happening here?
Would you use your transcript like you are there to colour every, or however you choose to do it, and then put the codes along the side, and then move it onto your Excel spreadsheet so you know what you're referring back to, exactly what we're doing on there?
What, in terms of putting the codes down the side?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And let's go on, because that gives me a lovely segue, Jill, to coming out of this. And then, sorry,
What do you want to do?
I need to stop there, don't I? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, just ignore it. What's on your clipboard about me twice? Maybe don't paste it. What do you mean? On that on the other document, there's it shows what's on the clipboard on the left, and there's some of our names on there. Oh, no, I've got a slide open with the supervisors. I wanted to see.
No, it's our secret thought.
Yeah, whatever it is.
Right.
Really amazing.
Very much So we've done the coding of the interview, so let us move quickly on. So yes, you would put your codes down in the margin. You'll see here the way I've done it here is I've colour coded in different colours, and then I've just put the codes in the margin. what can be very useful to do, and we're now going back to our first interview that we all did together, the job security one. We've got our different codes there. We can, sorry, I'll just move these so they're out of the way. You're going to pop them into categories. Yeah, that all makes sense, doesn't it? Those are straightforward categories. And it can be useful to actually create those sorts of shorthand codes. So actually, these are your descriptors, and then these will be your codes. So every time job security is mentioned, as you're going through your transcripts, you will put a JS1 in the margin or next to the point on the transcript itself, and so on and so forth. And you'll keep, if you decide, oh, actually, I think there's a real distinction between pay and then overtime and long-term benefits. These are two separate things. You would separate those out. We've got our negative comments for management category at the bottom, and that's basically what you're doing. Okay, so like I say, it really is, it's just you're treating your data like a jigsaw puzzle. You do it as you go, as the point people have already made the point, it makes it so much easier if you do it as you go, because you're getting more and more familiar with what people are saying and thinking, where your gaps are, you can plug your gaps, etc. As you go, you'll find that some codes will be redundant, they just won't necessarily fit. Just lose them once you decide they do. Keep giving yourself notes as you go. Oh, I think there's this going on. And sort of ultimately, the loss in trust is because they've moved into a different building and we never see, people never see them anymore. But just then you keeping testing what you're thinking. The next one you've got, don't force fit into theory. This is an interesting one. What you can do, if you choose to, is to develop a code frame before you start that is based on the theory. Okay, so you're doing something about trust, and you think, oh, these are the things I think are likely to come up. You could put a bit of a code frame together based on that, which you would then adapt as you go. My preference personally is to do it in an iterative way as you're doing the interviews themselves, but you're probably always going to have a bit of theory in the back of your head. The important point is not to force fit it, not force fit what you find into the theory, because it may not, and that's great. That could be a really interesting finding. And yeah, no surprises. If you're starting with the theory, look at disconfirming data. It's really nice when you see something that's just different, right? So it's not as clear a picture as I thought it was. It's iterative, get a bit familiar with the data. We are getting into the iterative stage of this as well. Yeah, and you could, there's no one way of doing it. I've suggested a couple of ways. You could actually cut your transcripts up and start moving them around. You could put the whole down, put the whole damn thing into Excel. I've had people who have literally, they've dropped it and sort of then they've coded the entire transcript. Personally, I find that a little bit heavy to work with, but you can do it that way. Find something that works for you. You will see a zillion examples online on YouTube and stuff like that as well. You're just following this principle. What we're doing is thematic analysis. Okay, and there's a section in Saunders that's thematic analysis. There's other types of analysis you could do. We're keeping it to a nice, simple, generic one that can be used in a number of contexts.
So all these bits are gonna be appendices to the.
You don't have to put all of that, you can give us an example, and you can give us your code frame that. Which will be quite nice,
Yeah.
there's no requirement.
Do you need the transcripts as well?
No, goodness.
So we don't want your demonstrations.
How long's that not gonna be?
But there's verification that was needed, you know, just to check back on us.
You're having to keep your transcripts, because we have the right to call for them, and the external examiner could ask for them as well. I've never had it happen. In theory, it could, so do make sure that you've got them, and you can call them up if you need to. It can be useful to put the code frame in. I think, depending on how happy you feel with your code frame, if you think you've done a good code frame, I would put it in. If you think, oh, you know, maybe there are some bits that are just a little bit dodgy, then leave it, frankly. You know, you're going to have done the best job you can on it, but there's no point, if it's not compulsory, in putting something in that you don't have to. And right, I have no idea why that has come up. And then final couple of slides. Whoops, sorry, can we go back to the one I was just on? So it can be useful as you go, so that you can be finding things easily to make yourself a few rigs like this, so you can see, you know, what your category or theme is, what your codes are within that, or what your descriptors are, and then the codes that you're using, and then you note which interviews you've used those with, just because when you're then going back, because as Don will talk about this afternoon, when you're doing your findings, you're going to be talking about your majority and minority themes, and you will be supporting those with quotes. So you need to be able to get back and find your data pretty quickly. Okay, so this can be a nice way of setting that out, and that's kind of a basic code frame anyway. And then let's move on to the next one. This is what a lot of people do it on Excel. And so you'll see you've got the same thing, theme, descriptor, code, and then actually, just because you're only going to have 8 interviews, just have 8 columns. And, you know, you can see visually then, it's quite a nice way of displaying your data, so you can start to see where your majority themes are. And as we can see, it is actually quite important, job security in this organisation, so people in this organisation, but not as important as pay and benefits. That's what's really keeping them there. They've got those golden handcuffs. But they do like the fact that they've got nice colleagues as well. You know, that for the job security is seen to be secondary things that are holding them there. You can just see it at a glance. I think we're at the end.
Yeah, yes, you are.
Thanks for that. Right. Does that all make sense? Good.
There's plenty of opportunity to ask more questions in this afternoon as well.
Absolutely. It takes ages, it's a pain in the neck doing it. You do get to know your data an awful lot better as a result of it. If it's a project you're going to go on and then do something about, really understanding what people are thinking and feeling about that project isn't going to help, not just writing the report, but then actually with the work, real work that will create change in the organisation that you're doing after that, because you will actually really understand what's going on with people. And what's going on now is we are going, can people bear it if we only have a 10-minute break? And then we'll come back at 11:15, and Jenny is going to talk to us about quantitative research. Excellent.
So we have to find Janice's presentation.
Yeah.
I don't think we can present the
Liz, Liz,
Yes. Oh.
just a quickie. In terms of driving the slides, first of all, I've amended them slightly, so I put the new ones up on Sol.
I'm recording, Jenny.
Okie doke. Shall I go? I can't see if everyone's there.
We have a couple of late runners.
Hold on, yeah, people are arriving now, it's actually on the camera, so well, you can now see the majority of the room, and what I will do from time to time is manually turn things round, okay, so.
It might work. I can't see a lot anyway. I mean, there are little dots in the far distance. So I don't think it's going to make a lot of difference.
Sorry. Yeah, this is the best, that's the best we're going to be able to do.
That's fine. That's fine.
Right.
Shall I start?
Do.
Good. Excellent. Well, good morning, everyone. Lovely to be with you again. And I'm sorry not to be there in person. This is, from my point of view, a bit of an experiment. I've done a lot of work completely online, and I've done a lot of work in person with some people online. But this is the first time I've presented online to people in the room. So please give me feedback as we go if something's not working for you. And just one thing to say before we start is if when you do say something, please be aware that the microphones need to pick it up for me to hear it. So please speak loudly and clearly and sort of in the direction of the microphone. That would be really helpful. So let's go. This is about
people want.
what?
I was just offering to do some voice warm-up exercises for people.
No, I think we're short enough of time without having well, tempting though it is. So what's the use of this session? Because frankly, most of you, I think and hope none of you will be doing any quantitative data collection or analysis as part of your assignment. But this is still a useful session, I think, and hope. 4 things I hope you'll get from it. First is, if you still have any questions about the difference between qualitative and quantitative research or between inductive and deductive methods, now is the chance to ask any questions you've still got. My guess is most of you do some questionnaire design in your work, and this will give you some guidelines on that. Thirdly, I think it will give you some insight into how to read the results of surveys. My guess is that even if you're not doing them yourselves, you're getting suppliers to do surveys for you. And what do you do with the statistical results you've got? We don't have time to go into a lot of detail on that, but I'll give a little on that. And then a tiny bit more on sampling, although we won't have time to do a lot on that. So any questions before I start? Okay, so this is what we're going to cover. And just to repeat, really, is what quantitative research is. Basically, it's about numbers. So quantifying, if you've got numbers in it, it's quantitative research. Generally speaking, it's based on a positivist tradition. And Donna, I think yesterday, talked about the difference between the research traditions that come out of the hard sciences, which are based on a positive tradition. There's one truth, and it's a case of just finding it. And that's what the positivist tradition will say, look up the numbers and that will tell you what the one truth is. And so what you're doing is using standardized approach, and it can be used either for description or explanatory, although, as I'll say later, you need to be slightly careful about drawing conclusions from relationships between variables. But that is what a lot of quantitative research is trying to do. Any questions before I move on? Okay, so we've you've seen this slide in a million different forms so far. So I'm not going to spend a long time on this unless anyone's got any further questions about this distinction. So one of the things, as you know from the Donna's session yesterday and Liz's sessions yesterday as well, you need to say something about reliability and validity in your methodology sections. And both of these concepts, frankly, come out of this positivist tradition of quantitative research. So these are much easier questions to answer. You'll be sorry to hear from your research, much easier questions to answer for quantitative research. So reliability means, would you get the same result with different populations? So typically, a lot of psychological research in particular is done among students, university students in America. And so, you know, they give them these tests or they do these experiments with them, and then they have the results. And so you'd say, well, is that reliable research? Is that just telling you what 19-year-olds in America think, or does it tell you what a wider range of people might think? So that's about reliability means basically, would you get the same results every time? And if not, as we'll come on to, there may be something wrong with your research design. And validity in quantitative research is, are you actually drawing conclusions that are about what you're actually trying to draw conclusions about? So if your research, again, is badly designed, you will say, I don't know, people took a long time people's reactions were slower after they'd had a glass of wine. And then you'd say, well, actually, are we measuring drunkenness or are we measuring relaxation? And perhaps they're different things. And are you drawing one set of conclusions, which actually your evidence would only lead you to draw a more vague conclusion or a different conclusion? So moving on then to inductive versus deductive, which is not quite the same as qualitative versus quantitative. So as we know, inductive research, and this is again repeating what Domna was saying yesterday, is to develop a theory, including perhaps a hypothesis, and it can be qualitative or quantitative. You might, for example, do some inductive research which would involve looking at some figures. You might, for example, if you wanted to try and understand why the sales of a product were going down, you might do some qualitative research in terms of going and talking to customers about why they weren't buying it anymore, or talking to your salespeople about why it was harder to sell it now. But you might also do some work analyzing the figures. Is it different in different parts of the country? Is the pattern that people are just buying less of it, or are fewer people buying it? So inductive research merely means you're just gathering data about anything that might be relevant, and then you hope to develop a hypothesis. So then they say, well, the trouble is, our hypothesis now is we think that our competitors has brought out a better product. And then, so that would be your inductive research might tell you, think this is what we think the issue is, but it's only once you do the deductive research to test it that you'll know. So your deductive research might then take the form of some sort of, it'd be quite difficult to do some deductive research on that, but you might have a hypothesis and you try to do some sort of experiment, perhaps, or you try and analyze whether it's different in areas where your competitor isn't in the market, and therefore is that what's making the difference? So is everyone clear about the difference between inductive and deductive research?
Lots
Okay,
of
and
nodding heads.
usually, well,
I said, lots of nodding heads.
good, okay. So typically, a deductive research will work from a hypothesis. So there's a testable proposition about the relationship between two or more variables. And there are a number of different definitions, needless to say. And typically in deductive research, you will design an experiment to test the hypothesis. So let's take an example of, supposing you had a whole bunch of accidents had been happening in your organization involving forklift trucks. And so you might say, okay, we need to find out what's going on. So what inductive research might you do?
Who wants to say?
Interviews with, do interviews with the different people involved.
Interviews with the different people involved.
Yep, indeed. So who might you interview?
Forklift truck drivers, the people
Yep.
around them, the plant management, the.
Yep, absolutely. And that would probably be qualitative research, yeah? What other inductive research might you do?
Look at accident logs. Accident logs, look through the
Yep.
accident logs.
Absolutely, you might look at the accident logs of near misses as well as the actual accidents.
CCTV.
So there's going that, I didn't hear that one.
CCTV.
Oh, CCTV.
Oh, that's it. Yep, absolutely. You might have a look at CCTV. You might do some analysis of trying to see where the accidents or near misses were happening, whether they were in certain parts of your warehouse or whether they were all over the place. You might look whether there were differences between your different warehouses, whether there was, if there was perhaps a particular danger areas that you were getting. You might have a look at what sort of training the forklift truck drivers were getting, and perhaps seeing if there's a difference between sites' safety records. Is there a difference in the training they're getting? So that's a good example of what you might do. Now, supposing you decided, after all this inductive research, you decided that actually what really makes the difference is whether or not they see some really punchy safety videos. So that's your hypothesis, is that if forklift truck drivers are shown really punchy safety videos, then that will lead to fewer accidents. That's your hypothesis. That's what you think on balance after looking at all the research. So what you're then going to do is design some research to test that. So, and these are some of the technical terms that you would use. So what might that experiment look like? How might you do that experiment to find out if it was the safety videos that were making the difference?
Give the videos to one site and then see if the accident rate drops.
Very good.
Absolutely, absolutely. So you perhaps try and find two sites where no one had seen the safety videos, so that you've got a sort of virgin site, and then with one lot you'd show them the safety videos, and the other you'd not show them the safety videos. So what would be in that case, looking at the list in front of you now, what would be the dependent variable in that case?
Accidents.
Yeah, the number of accidents or near misses, you might have something like that. And what would be the independent variable?
Access to the safety video. Access to the safety video.
Access to the safety video.
Well, probably not so much access as whether they'd actually watched the damn thing. So it would be whether or not they'd watched the safety video would be the thing you would look at.
Makes sense to them or not.
And
Sorry?
Adam's added, and whether it would make sense, and whether it made sense to them or not.
Because you can watch a video and people can see a video, we've had this, and
Yes.
it might be a really bad video that may not make any sense, could be a video from the 70s which doesn't make any.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the subject of more inductive research to try and find out if it wasn't working, why it wasn't working. You might find out that it wasn't making sense to people. But also it's possible, supposing you had warehouses in different countries, and in some cases the safety video had been translated or was badly dubbed or badly subtitled, or it made a big difference being subtitled rather than in people's native languages. So that would foul up your research, yeah? So looking at those, what might that be? whether or not it was in people, whether the video was in people's native languages.
Extraneous variable.
It's probably an extraneous variable. It's probably, it might affect it, it might not. And you can't control all your variables. So what you try and do in an experiment is control everything except the independent variable. So ideally you'd have absolutely identical populations of people driving identical forklift trucks in identically organized warehouses, so that you could say, the only thing that's changed is this lot watched the video and that lot didn't. So your control group is the group that watches the video, your control group is the lot that doesn't see the video, things are going on just as they were, and your experimental group are the ones that see the video, and you want to keep everything completely the same. And of course, this is easy enough if you're doing an experiment about whether you add so many drops of some chemical into something else. It's much harder when you're talking about human beings in a work situation, because there's so much else going on. So we've mentioned already one extraneous variable. What others might there be? Would be other things that might mean that you'd need at least to say, well, you know, this might not be entirely the independent variable that's affected this.
Shift patterns, so the time of day that they're working might be.
Absolutely, very good. Yeah, shift patterns are a really good one.
And when during that shift, what time of the day, if they've done a 12-hour shift in 100-degree heat, they can.
Yeah, that could well be it.
Could it be time of year?
Time of year, absolutely.
If they're coming back from holidays, and then it's the first week after we have that up, when people make it degrees.
Yeah, loads and loads of things. These are great ideas you're coming up with. And typically with an extraneous variable, you would mention it in your report and hedge around your conclusions and say, look, it looks like this. However, you know, these are things that might affect things. But a confounding variable means, well, really, you sort of need to scrap the research and try again. So what might a confounding variable be in this example?
Someone dies.
Yeah, someone dies, never mind, blimey, that could have been me. I think I better be a bit more careful. Yeah, and you have one site where something traumatic happens, someone dies. Well, yeah, that would be certainly a confounding variable. What other sorts of confounding variables might you have? You might have something like a new design on the forklift truck, a new safety features put on, which completely, perhaps in one site and not the other. Or you might have the warehouse redesigned, or, I mean, you arguably, whether you had a new management coming in who perhaps take safety more seriously, or yeah, again, sometimes it's a bit of a moot point whether it's confounding or extraneous variable, but it's something that is so. I mean, I like your example of someone dying, such likely to have such a huge effect on the dependent variable that you really need to say, well, I'm not really so sure about. I'm not so sure about that. Everyone happy about types of variables?
Yeah, lots of nodding.
Okay, so you will find on Sol an exercise for this session. And I think I can probably put it up on here, actually, if I do my best. And what I would like you to do, well, it tells you what to do in the exercise. It tells you what I'd like you to do. So it's now 25 to. I think you can do this in 10 minutes, given a bit of a standing start. If you need more time, let me know. Actually, probably it will take 15. And let's just take 15 and begin with, and just make sure you're back promptly at 10 to. Is that okay? I'll stop sharing now and put up the document.
Great.
Sorry?
Nothing, I've got a phone going on.
I can't
Jamie, do you
hear.
want them to do it individually or
No, sorry, in groups. I'm terribly sorry, in groups.
in groups? No. You want me to put Rachel and Kelly into a group, or will you do it?
Oh, no,
Is that just?
Hello to Kelly and Rachel.
There you go.
Oh, where are they?
Well, they're probably using their extra minute because they won't realise after one or two things. Just a second. Right.
They get a minute, don't they, to wrap up after you close the room?
7 seconds.
Okay, good.
4, 3.
Hooray, they're back. Hello, Kelly and Rachel. Sorry to drag you back early, but I had a feeling they would finished part 1 in the room, and since I'm going to have to try and squanch this up a bit, I thought I'd bring you back early.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
So first of all, actually, we might ask Kelly and Rachel, since they've been quite quiet so far, which parts of the research are inductive and which bits are deductive?
Yeah, I can jump
What's
in.
the
Kelly.
inductive bit?
So the inductive was the focus groups and the individual interviews, literature review, and the research on best practices.
Absolutely. Yeah, very good. And what is the deductive part of the research?
Implementing the one pilot group of getting the daily huddles.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Very good. Okay. So then in the room more generally, if one of the groups would like to answer, I don't know, because I work round sort of from the left around. So the first group, as I look at you on the left, probably nearest the door, what for the deductive research, what is your hypothesis?
Yeah, the daily huddles will reduce staff turnover. The daily huddles will reduce staff turnover.
I'm sorry, you need to belt that out a bit more loudly.
Introducing daily huddles will reduce staff turnover.
Very good, yes. And if you're being really purist in research terms, you would have a null hypothesis, which would be, it won't make any difference if we introduce daily huddles. But yes, you're quite right. That is the positive hypothesis. So next little group along, what would be the experimental group? Yeah, the group that you give them the training and you introduce the huddles. Yeah, absolutely. And who would the control group be next group along?
Right, you.
The people who are not doing the huddles.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
So I say, the people not doing the huddles.
Absolutely. The people had nothing had happened to them.
Yeah.
So you hadn't given them any training, they didn't do any huddles. Absolutely. So what's the dependent variable in this case? Next group along, preferably someone with a really loud voice.
Is that measuring the turnover and the recruitment?
It would just be the turnover. So your hypothesis is that it will reduce staff turnover if you introduce these huddles. So your dependent variable is staff turnover. So you might have some other aims as well, but to make this simple, your hypothesis is the staff turnover that will make a difference, that will be affected. You might have some other hypotheses. There's no reason why a piece of research should test only one hypothesis. And you might well have another hypothesis, which is that, but which isn't mentioned in the little blurb you've got, which could be that you think it would also increase customer satisfaction, or you might think it might also increase employee satisfaction, or But at the moment, all you've got here is its staff turnover is your dependent variable. And what's the independent variable? Thank you for your nice loud voice. So next group, another nice loud voice. What's the independent variable?
Daily team huddles.
Thank you. Very good. I love it. You can speak more often. We like you. Do we have another group, or are we back to Rachel and Kelly?
No, one more group, right?
One more group. Okay. So what extraneous or confounding variables might there be?
Death.
Would it be if there's something else that impacts the phone lines or impacts customer satisfaction, like the phone lines go down, it's an IT outage?
Yeah.
Go down. Somebody said. Jenny?
Sorry? I really can't hear.
The phone lines go down.
Your phone lines go down, that would certainly make a difference. Yes, would that be extraneous or confounding?
Confounding.
Confounding. If it happened for long enough, it's confounding. Obviously, it completely messes. I mean, it's not the only thing it's messing up in your organization. You've got bigger problems than your experiment getting messed up, my guess is. But other things might include, I don't know, another call center opening next door that offers higher wages, or it may be that you've got a particular problem with a batch of stuff and you're getting a lot of customer complaints coming in. There might be a new manager who's written a new management style altogether in one of the sessions, one of your centers. A whole bunch of things might start messing up your research. So, anyone any questions about any of that before we move on to talking about questionnaires?
Just to say, if any of you is still thinking you might be doing quantitative research, you have to cover all of this stuff in your methodology. And obviously, in your research design and yeah, so.
Oh no, I won't do this for me. Oh, here we go. Okay. So moving on to questionnaires then. So some of the risks and benefits of questionnaires, using questionnaires rather than what you've been doing with this last night and today, which is on individual interviews or focus groups, which are much more open-ended, much less completely structured. So benefits, I'm not going to go through all of these as I am trying to save us some time. But obviously there are benefits in terms of sample size. The secondary analysis is important. You might do some regression analysis or correlation analysis, which might tell you more. And sometimes you get a feeling, you know, when you're doing, say, a lot of focus groups or individual interviews, you start saying, do you know what? I think a big thing here is whether or not they came over in the merger from such and such an organization. I'm getting completely different responses. And then halfway through the research, it's quite difficult to then sort it through, and for you to start you can't ask the questions if you're finding it out too late. So the advantage here is you have all the data, and you can, if you get a hunch, you can do the analysis. Less socially desirable, there is an issue actually even in questionnaires that people are slightly reluctant to express views that they know are unacceptable. So for example, a question that used to be very popular, I don't know if it still is, was questions that are trying to establish whether or not there was people were giving discretionary effort, and it was about the outputs of engagement. And there were questions like, I like to go the extra mile to get the job done well, or stuff like that. And, you know, everyone always said they were going to willing to do the extra mile, or whatever, however the question was phrased. But in groups, they're even more likely to do that, especially with managers. And I don't know, I may have missed the bit over the last couple of days when you've talked about the dangers of focus groups of managers in particular, where they're very aware of what each other are hearing them saying. and will tend to not express views that are critical of key people in the organization, for example. But then also some of the risks of questionnaires, survey fatigue. And the trouble is, if you get a very low response rate, it's really any conclusions, any statistical conclusions from your data. So if, for example, you do a survey, you send it out to 1,000 people and you get 73 responses, frankly, it doesn't tell you anything about the population of 1,000 people. It might be helpful to tell you what the 73 people think, and it might give you some ideas which you might want to test, but you really can't say that that is a statistical sample. And I'll talk a little bit later on about sample size. But quite often I've found when I was doing consultancy in organizations, people say, oh, we had a survey result. So what was the response rate? And if it's lower than half, certainly, and one would hope for at least 2/3, frankly, it's not enough to draw a conclusion from the whole population. And all you've done is wasted the time of the few people who did trouble to complete the wretched thing. There's sometimes issues about confidentiality. Although it can help if you can tell that it's a unique URL that you've been sent. But you always get people who think, you know, they're really clever because they're the only person who's worked out that if you really tried to find out who they were, they're the only person who's been there for less than 2 years, who's also over 50, who's also working in this department. And however much you might try to explain that we don't feed the organization back that information, you do have problems with confidentiality. But the same thing can apply, obviously, to focus groups. Uninformed responses, which is people's, if you're giving some sort of incentive to fill the thing in, then people say, I haven't the faintest idea, I'll just put in random answers, which is sort of the next one there too. And different interpretation of questions. You should be able to tell the most important thing about developing a questionnaire is to pilot it, test it. And then when you're testing it, you ask people, when you were filling in this question, what were the sort of incidences in your mind when you answered it? Because how can you answer a question? If you're answering a question that says something like, my team meetings, everyone contributes in my team meetings. And what you do is you think back to the last team meeting and what happened? Did everyone contribute? So there'll be a story or an example or a case all the time when people are answering questions. So the thing is to say, tell me about it. And if you're hearing the same sorts of things from everyone in the group, then you know that's fine. That's what I know what I'm getting. But beware, because sometimes it can be very, very different. There are some particular key horrors like senior managers, which some people will take to be in the direction of the whole organization, and some people take to be one level up from their boss. And it's a phrase you need to be particularly careful about. And potential for collusion, people sitting next to each other, their computers, and having a good laugh and saying, what do we think about this? And everyone putting in the same answers. Don't know if anyone's got anything to add to risks or benefits there.
Are there any questions?
I'm not really sure whether it's actually collusion. I've heard of examples in the past where line managers have been asked to gather feedback, not at my organisation, but another, about themselves and say how they're performing in the view of their teams. And they've given that survey to the colleagues in the morning with a bacon sandwich overlooking their shoulder.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the person who's getting that information on their end doesn't have that context that the person has been given a nice morning off effectively while their boss has stood over their shoulders to answer a survey about their boss.
Yes, yes. No, that's a nice example, and you can never tell the dangers that are going on here. About, you know, if even if people are given time off to go and complete the survey, you can have some managers, you know, only asking certain people to go and have their time off and not reminding people they would rather not get reminded. All of that sort of stuff. And you can also get problems, I think, when managers have some of their pay or related to survey scores, then the incentive for them to make sure their survey scores are what they need to be to get the maximum pay rise, it can often foul things up. You know, please everyone, if I get a score more than this, I'll take you all to the pub. That sort of exciting incentive.
Jenny, another thing that we've come across sometimes, this is Eloise, is that sometimes people give the answer that's going to create the least work afterwards. So
yes, very nice. Yes.
Yeah, so you're just going to give the answer that's actually going to be the easier to achieve on the action plan, if that's what the outcome is going to be.
Yes, yes, exactly. So, and sometimes people will, you know, so all the questions that say something like, you know, I'm satisfied with my benefits, people will often say, well, actually, if I say I'm not, they might give me a pay rise. So yeah, questions like that can also have their can have their problems. Moving on then to the types of things a question can cover. So the opinion variables, so someone give me an example of what an opinion variable in a questionnaire might look like. So give me an example from the forklift company, say. Say you gave one lot the safety videos and the other lot not. What might, and then you did a questionnaire afterwards, what might one of the questions you asked be about?
Do you feel your safety induction has been adequate?
Say that again.
Do you feel your safety induction has been adequate?
Yeah, that would be an opinion belief, yes. Or, you know, I think my manager cares about my safety, or my colleagues care about my safety, or yeah, questions like that. And a behavioral variable, what might an example be of a behavioral variable in that case?
Something like, what do you do differently as a result of watching the safety video?
Yes, except you'd be giving this questionnaire to both the control group and the experimental group. So although you might have some questions like that, which you would just ask the experimental group, but typically these might be questions that you would ask both groups to see if you could find out what the differences were. So I don't know, it might be something about reporting near misses, or so it might be something like, when did you last discuss a safety matter with your manager, or something like that, which would be or when did you last discuss with a colleague a safety matter? So that's it's something they actually did or will do. Will do is more difficult. You know, do you intend? People don't always do what they intend, of course. And what might an attribute variable be for your forklift truck drivers?
How long they've held a forklift truck license?
Yep, that's absolutely a really important one. Or how old they are, or picking up the very good thing that someone mentioned, and I'm sorry I can't see who you are to say who it was. Things like what time of the day, what shift they work, and stuff like that. Yeah. So those are basically your three sorts of question that you can ask. So looking at this, and I should mention, I'm sure this is, and Donna, the dear old, this is probably an older edition, but Alders has got all of this in, everything I'm covering is pretty much is in there one way or another. So what you need to be a question to be valid and reliable. So come back to, do you remember Shannon and Weaver in your very, very first module about what happens in communication and the coding and the decoding? Well, you've got a little bit about this. So first of all, that first blob at the top, you're clear about what you're going, what about the question, what you're hoping to get from the question. Then the respondent decodes it so they don't think, when you say senior manager, they think what you're thinking of senior manager. They then answer the question. Of course, they might miss the question, miss doing the questionnaire, and then the researcher decodes in the way intended. So that's what's going on there. So here are some guidelines on questionnaires, and I think some of these came up actually even in some of the stuff you were doing this morning about question design for question lists. Straightforward language and question length, particularly if you're dealing with people who don't do a lot of reading and writing in their normal work and may find reading quite a struggle. So making sure that you're using short words. I don't know if any of you ever use the FOG index, which is a score you get on readability based on the length of the words and the length of the sentences. So short, simple sentences with short, simple words. Double-barreled questions, we've talked about that. So things like my appraisal interview was honest and constructive. Well, you know, it might have been honest, but frankly, it wasn't constructive at all. You might say, well, I pulled my punches and so did she, but actually we ended up with some constructive ideas coming out of it. You don't know if people are saying yes or no to that, what they actually mean. Ambiguous questions, leading questions, you've talked about all of those. Watch negative questions. People are very bad at negative questions. I disagree with the negative statement. Is that the same as agreeing with them? But try to avoid nots in questions. Try to frame them positively, even if you do need, especially if you're using a Likert scale of some sort from strongly agree to strongly disagree, you need some, in effect, negative questions to stop people saying, oh yes, I'm happy, I'll just tick all the strongly agrees all the way down. You will need some questions that are actually, you would want them to strongly disagree, but try not to put nots in there because that really confuses, or nots or nevers or words like that. Take care with understand questions. So what's the trouble with an understand question?
Measurement. How do you measure? Unless you have to, it's difficult to measure understanding because then you have to ask you have to find out other ways of understanding.
Yes, they may think they understand, but that may not be what you were trying to tell them. So you get this a lot if you're talking about sort of, you know, do you understand or the company's strategy? And they say, oh, yes. And then, you know, actually you do the interviews and it was the strategy before last that was really well communicated. And the last two have passed people by altogether. So yes, you need to be careful that what they actually understand. And also the level of detail. So some people may have very high standards and say, well, of course I understand the top line 3 things, but I do have a question about, you know, quite how we're going to do such. So I don't really understand the strategy. And, you know, they've absolutely got the 3 main points, which was all you were hoping they were going to get. We've talked a little bit about asking questions to agree to prestigious views about themselves. You know, I work hard, I'm very cooperative with my colleagues in other departments, blah, blah, blah. Clear structure can help, partly because people are doing you a favor by taking the time to fill in this thing. And if it just seems one question after another that doesn't seem to have any structure, that doesn't help. And if you have a clear structure, it can help if you can sort of say what the set of questions is about. So the next set of questions is about your team meetings. And then they're thinking about their team meetings as they answer those questions. Whereas if you have one question about team meeting, the next question's about the town hall they went to, and another one's about whether they they use the WhatsApp group in their team, then it's all over the shop and people find it much harder to fill them in. Yes, the back translation, really be careful. I mean, it's again a case of piloting in a way, but you really need to make sure that people are going to understand. Remember that little cycle we've just done about how they decode the question, how you decode their answers. And so there are 2 really key guides. One is pilot, as I mentioned, and the other is imagine you've got the answers to all of this. Is it giving you the questions that you want? Is it answering the questions that you wanted to answer? And it's surprisingly often you find actually it doesn't. So have a think about that. Any questions about questionnaire design? Any more suggestions about questionnaire design? Okay, moving on. So how do you create a questionnaire? Adopt or adapt existing questions. You may have last year's questions and you're particularly keen to get some continuity for longitudinal comparison. Some, I don't know, Gallup are still seriously litigious. They must have had a whole department highly incentivized to rout out people who'd bagged their questions. But there can be problems with that. There's sometimes an issue about your survey supplier will want to use their standard questions because one of the things they will want to be able to do is to say whether your results are above or below par for your industry or whatever. And sometimes you can feel that you're paying them to improve their database rather than actually finding out the questions you really want answers to.
I was just going to add with that, with Gallup, because I've had to do it with a student before, they do have, you can actually, if you're doing it for educational purposes, you can write, you can contact them and you will be given approval to use a question or a set of questions purely for those educational purposes. But yeah, using it just as part of day-to-day working life is an absolute no-no with them.
Yeah. Okay, and then the categories of questions you can have, we've already talked about whether they're opinion, behavior, or attribute. Open questions, thoughts about open questions? Because of the difficulty of hearing you, I'm going to answer my own question, and I do apologize. So the advantages of open questions, obviously, is someone's dying to say something, and they're going through the thing saying, where am I going to have a chance to say how rubbish this is or how great this is? And you're giving them a chance to say what they really want to say, as opposed to putting it into the categories that you want to ask about. So it's a sort of safety valve, and it can also be really useful if you're then you've got to find, if you say things like, what's the best thing about working here? That can be interesting to see what's top of mind for people. The disadvantage, of course, is that you've got to code the wretched things, and often you can't really understand what they mean. They'll say, if you say, what's not working very well for you in your job at the moment, they say communication. You have no idea what that means. Whether that's because, the person from the shift before doesn't leave a good enough note, or whether it means they don't understand the direction of the company. You have no idea what it means. So that can be very frustrating with open questions, and you can feel, I've often felt quite guilty about the people who've bothered to write in page after page, and when you feed it back to the organization, it's in a broad category or whatever it comes down to. So there are pros and cons of open questions. And you'll see we've talked about the different sorts of closed questions. So typically for an attribute particularly, you'd have a category, which department do you work in, and you list the departments. List one answer, so it's something like which pension scheme are you on? Are you on the old final salary? Are you on this one, the other one? Ranking, I personally don't like ranking questions because I think that they assume that the difference between the levels is the same all the way through. And there's also some evidence that people will put the first one or two, they'll put some thoughts into, and perhaps the lowest one or two, and then they'll just go down the list below that in order, so that ones that further up the list in the way you present it get more hits than ones further down the list. And you're supposed to, in proper survey design, you're supposed to rotate the order so that to try and eliminate that effect. But it's still, for me, not terribly useful. The rating, things like a Likert style, to what extent do you agree with the following statements, from strongly agree to strongly disagree, or how frequently do you do such and such a thing? Several options from several times a day to usually once a day, or more than once a day, but less than 2 or 3 times a day. Whatever it is your options are, you give some options there. And then the filter or contingency, which is helpful to people. What cheeses people off often filling in a questionnaire is there are a bunch of questions that don't apply to you. So that's the beauty of doing them online, is as soon as they've said, no, I didn't attend the town hall, they don't get a whole bunch of questions about the town hall. You go straight into the next set of questions. Any comments on any of that before I move on?
You know, on the ranking one, you said that the reason you don't like it is because you can't tell the difference between A and B as to how important they are.
Yes.
Around that by giving them all of the options and then asking them how important is this to you?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a much better way of doing it. Or that's a much better way of doing it. You give them all and you say, how important is this to you? From very important to very unimportant. Absolutely. Or how well is this provided, or whatever it is you're wanting to ask them. Absolutely. Or even better, if you can't afford that many questions, is a question that just says tick the top 3, because people can normally do that. But even then, you don't know if one of them is super duper important and the other 2 are, well, they're sort of important. It's still a bit of interpretation to be done there. Anything else on that before we move forward? Okay, so composing a survey questionnaire, the cover communication, and this is both before the thing arrives. That's really quite useful if you can warn people it's coming, and what it's about and how it's going to be used. You can see all of that sort of stuff. Estimated completion time is quite important. People, if they're planning their working days, they know how long it's going to take. Quite important as well to usually to have a sort of sponsor from whom the communication supposedly comes, who is of high status, and so it doesn't come probably from you, it comes from the chief executive or whatever, and that makes a difference. You can see the defined terms is related to that senior management point I raised earlier. Anyone anything to add on that before I move on? Okay, so I love this one. This is a questionnaire I was actually sent by a client many years ago, I have to say, to say, this is a questionnaire I'm thinking of sending out. What do you think? So this is the first question. What's wrong with that?
It's very leading.
It's leading and it's negative.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a disaster. Question 2. I have a clear understanding of the company's business strategy. Well, it's the question we were just talking about understand. You know, they might think they have, and it's the one before last, or they might not think they do, and actually they understand it perfectly well. What about this one? When was the last company open day? Well, there's a right and wrong answer, and you can go and look it up if you want to. It's not going to tell you anything whether people, what is it going to tell you if people are all reading the right date? What's it going to tell you? My manager gives me regular, honest feedback. What's wrong with that?
It's what are you testing? Are you testing the regularity, or are you testing the honest, or are you testing
Absolutely.
the feedback?
It's a double-barreled question. I love this one. Is the balance of words and picture in this guide helpful? What's wrong with that?
What is helpful?
Well, yes, and also if they say no, what are you supposed to read with that? If they all say no, well, you don't know whether there are too many words or too many pictures. It doesn't really help. It's a bit of a leading question again. I'm satisfied with the hours I work.
So they mean total hours or my shift pattern?
Yeah, it could mean absolutely. There may be, you need to be clear about that. And also, again, you've got a problem if they say no. You don't know whether they're people who want more hours. So, you know, you may have this issue you have in a lot of places where people have only got contractual hours of 8 or 16 hours a week, and they'd love to have more. Or you might have people saying, oh, it's outrageous, I'm working much too much, or you've no idea what it's, you need to think about what the poor score means. Oh, I love this. So what's wrong with this one?
Did you receive it?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, did they receive it or not? They might well not have received it. But also they're in different dimensions. So the one is read it or glance through it. So I mean, A, why on earth are you taking those are the only two things they might have done with it? And when you say read it, what do you mean? Again, some people may say, well, I read it from cover to cover, every word. And some will say, well, I sort of read bits of it. I glanced through it, I didn't look at a damn thing at all. And then did I keep it or throw it away as a different dimension? And you haven't given instructions. So one of the things you always need to do in questionnaires is give instructions. So tick A or B and B or C or D, which would be jolly complicated instruction, or whatever. Tick just one or tick as many as apply, whichever it is. Okay, so now you get a chance to do your own, and this is where you do finally get a go at part 2. So it's now 20 past. I think you can do this in 10 minutes. Do you?
Yes, they say.
Good. Thank you. Very good. Okay, so past, come back at past with your questions. And as you'll see, hang on, let me just put it up again. Is it? So needs, if possible, to include an opinion, a behavior, and an attribute question. So same thing. My guess is it's best in this case to work in teams of 2 or 3 rather than big teams, but work in terms of 2 or 3 and come back at past.
Jenny, do you want us to put the others into a breakout group, or will you do that?
I don't know if I can.
Right, I'll do it here.
Yeah, I don't know if am I a co-host, or have you just given me chairing rights? Anyway, you can do it. Thanks.
And
I don't know if I can do it while I'm sharing my screen.
No, don't worry, it's done.
Thanks. Thanks. You got very good at remembering recording.
No, I'm not. It's been Donna. She's conditioned me.
Oh,
She
fantastic.
kept reminding me all through the 2 days.
between 4 and 1, as soon as
I have a newfound hate for questionnaires.
What did you say?
I have a newfound hate for questionnaires. Just because we're sat here like debating the some of these things, and we go, oh, is that leading? Oh, is it this? Oh, should we be asking that? Yeah. How many times I've sent them out, and now I'm thinking, oh, they've all been.
Okay, welcome back. Excellent. So, can we start with the group that is by the window, the last group that spoke last time? Can we start with you? Can you give us a behavioural question that you might put in this questionnaire, and what the scale would be, or what sort of response you'd want?
Has your manager completed the daily huddles? Yes, no.
Yeah, but the trouble with that is that well, actually, anyone else got a comment to make before I make a comment about that?
The trap I fell into last time round we have to have questions that apply to all sites.
Yes, you might want some extra questions for your experimental group, but typically you would want questions that you could ask both to the control and the experimental group. What else? Other feedback about that question? Other thoughts about that question? It wouldn't say, so supposing they were supposed to have them, what are they supposed to have them daily? And they were having them some days, but some not. How would they answer that question? And how would you interpret the response to that question? You might want something more specific. So you might say, in the last 5 days, which days did you have a daily huddle in? If you were asking a question just to the experimental group. Yeah, okay. Anyone else got a different, another group got a different answer to that, to the opinion? Sorry, that was a behavior question.
Behavioural, yeah.
So can I have an opinion question from someone?
We had one, we talked about, do you see yourself working here in the next, I don't know, it could be 12 months or 2 years?
Yeah, and that's an interesting one because that's sort of half behavior and half opinion in a way, isn't it? It's not pure opinion, because it is a sort of asking about behavior. Do you think you'll be leaving? It's not. Yes, it's. I wouldn't say it was a purely opinion one. Has anyone else got a different opinion one?
We had one that was, I'm able to have discussions about team performance with my manager.
Yeah, that might be one. So, but even that's a bit of a behavioural one. What might be more of a completely opinion one? I am able to is a pretty good opinion question. But typically it would be more on something you'd agree with or disagree with.
Could it be something like, I have considered changing jobs in the last 6 months? Yes or no?
I think that's a behaviour. I think an opinion might be something more like, I feel part of a team. I really feel part of a team here, or something like that, where they say, yes, I feel part of a team, and you'd expect to have a different score in the people who are doing the team huddles than the others, or a more negative question, like something like, I feel I'm on my own dealing with calls, or I feel supported when I'm dealing. I don't know. I don't know exactly enough about it to know quite what you'd ask, but it would be a question about how they feel or what they think, would be particularly what you'd be after in an opinion question. And behaviour question, we had a very good one from that first group about how often they've attended a huddle in the last year, or it could be, you could ask some questions which might apply to the control group, because my guess is you'll be getting something, which is something, you might have a question, a behaviour like, when did you last talk to other members of your team about how to handle calls, or when did you last talk to your manager about it, or when did you last meet as a team, or whatever it was, something like that would be a behaviour. And the easy one, what about an attribute one?
I think you've scared them.
Sorry, an attribute one would be something like, how long have you worked here? Or have you worked in another call centre before you came to work here?
Yeah, we've done something similar.
Who's your line manager?
Can't hear. Never mind. Okay, so I'm going to move off that swiftly, and move on to the handling of data. Oh, hang on, I better get onto the right slides. Hold on a second.
Basically, none of us are going to do any surveys. We're just going to report everything.
No, the answer is think about it. And test it, and test it, work with somebody to do it. It's just, you know how to do it. It's just, it takes longer than, and it needs more preparation than you think it does.
Yes, there's really only one rule with writing questionnaires, which is pilot it. And then look at what results you've got and say, is this answering my question? And the question to ask when you pilot a questionnaire is, you give the people a questionnaire and then you go through it question by question and you say, what did you have in your mind when you filled in this question? And if they say, well, I didn't really know what to say because, then you know that you've got some more work to do on that question. Okay, moving swiftly on, given that we've very little time left.
Jenny, question.
You know, you said about piloting questionnaires.
Yes.
Considering these questionnaires are designed to go out to a large audience.
Yes.
What sort of size sample do you need to actually get an accurate pilot?
wouldn't worry about the size of the sample for the pilot. I would worry about the heterogeneity of it. So that I would want people representing the different populations, which might mean, depending on the nature of the organization, might mean it's too many to do in one pilot, realistically. Very typically, you end up doing 2 or 3 pilots because you amend the questionnaire following your first pilot. When you get people saying, I really didn't know what to answer because, or you hear different people saying, well, I had in mind this thing, and where someone else says, no, I had in mind something completely different, then you know you need to redraft it. And in my experience, you couldn't pretty much never get away with only 1 pilot. But then, you know, so if you're in an organization where people are pretty much all doing the same thing, you could get away with one group. You can, unlike most focus groups, you can get away in a pilot with people with very different jobs. So, you know, you can have someone who's working in the call center, and someone else who's working in the post room, and someone else who's working in the warehouse, and you can take a wide range of people. But I don't think there's a proper, I mean, you're not going to get a proper sample anyway. You just need to be confident that you've covered enough of the various sorts of people. And if you're getting particular problems with one group, perhaps have another group specially just of them, if you're finding one particular population is having difficulty with your draft. Any more questions on piloting or questionnaires? Okay, going to move very swiftly onto this. So typically, you'll have talked about this, I think, when you talked a bit about knowledge management, you get a mass of data. So here's your information about the height of people in your department. You can't do anything with that at all. It's just a bunch of data. So what might you do with it? You might look at the range, for example. What's the tallest person? What's the shortest person? You might start doing some of these things, that a mean or a median or a mode, to try and understand. And my guess is you'll get a lot in your employee surveys or communication surveys. You'll be getting a lot of your results by mean scores, because otherwise it's impossible to compare. Although sometimes you get people adding up the agrees and strongly disagrees and just saying a net positive, which seems to me the wrong thing to do. I mean, because it doesn't distinguish the people who, I mean, if you're just going to do that, why just not ask yes or no? If you're not going to take any difference between strongly agree or strongly disagree or agree, and also no difference between people who are neutral and people who strongly disagree. It seems to be ignoring masses of your data, so that typically you will get a mean score, but even that might be misleading, and particularly if you've got a very big variation. So the one, I'm not going to go into statistics, well, especially not in 3 and 4 minutes flat, but anyway, I'm not going to go into statistics. But the one that is really worth looking at whenever you get any survey data is what's the standard deviation. So you ask a question and you get a mean score is bang in the middle. And in one department, this means everyone answered it bang in the middle. In the next department, half of them were strongly agree and half of them were strongly disagree. And that's a very different response. So your standard deviation will tell you about that. It will tell you, on average, is this what everyone's saying? Or is there actually a very wide spread and it only comes down to an average of this? So it's useful, if you've got a high standard deviation, it means you can't read that as a general score for that whole population. It means you've got big differences within that population. Any other questions on that? Let me move forward then to interpreting and presenting survey data. So the 2 sorts of statistics: descriptive, which are just saying this is trying to make sense of that massive data. What are some descriptions? So on average, people in Newcastle are more happy with their team huddles than the people in Southampton. That's descriptive statistics. Inferential is when you might be using correlation analysis or some sort of advanced statistical methods to try to explain the strength of relationships between things. But then, even then, you need to be careful, and I'll come on to that. So this is how you might use that data. which I'm not going to talk about in any depth here. I think it's all fairly explanatory. This, I think, is quite important though in presenting results, because this is what can so often go wrong, which is to tell a story. Bad presentations have slide after slide after slide, presenting the next question, what are the results to? The next question, what are the results to? And that's not helping your internal or external clients. So they want to know, what's this survey tell us? And there's needs to be a top line, a few key messages. What's the most significant things? Is it generally speaking good or bad news? What are the particularly good news bits? What are the particularly bad news bits? So less is more. Yes, they can have, and typically they'll get a massive pack of stuff with every figure. If they want to go and look something up, they can. But give them less rather than more. Visual data, we don't have time to go into the tricks and horrors of different ways you can display visual data misleadingly. And particularly be careful to be inconsistent in scales between one slide and the next, because people will be used to looking at one scale. So Excel in particular will move a chart down so that the data falls as neatly as possible within its own parameters, and you will have to tell it that you want the same scale with every question. Otherwise, they'll think, oh, this one's really good, but it's because it's only got it's on a different scale from the others. It's misleading. The next one is really important when you're presenting results about how people's emotional reactions. And I've often been really surprised with very senior people who don't see the good stuff. They don't see it, and this is one of the reasons you need to be so careful about presenting a story. They don't see it. They will only see the stuff that is not so good for them. And if you're not careful, they'll then try and find an excuse, which is either blaming you, which is great, or blaming the employees for giving such awful feedback, or beware of an emotional reaction which bumps into cognitive dissonance problems. And one thing that you always need to talk about, particularly when presenting to employees, is what's going to happen next. So typically, what's the process going to happen next? Or, so we've set up a working group to look at the issues of mixed teams, some working from home and some not, because clearly there's an issue here, or whatever it is you're saying you're going to do. So I'm sorry to be rushing through this. Anyone got any comments on that briefly before we move on? Okay, so say you got this result. This is about correlation and causation. So you get two variables, and you can tell statistically, and you're easy to do these correlations on data. There's a correlation between branch profit and my manager thanks me. This is actually not far off a genuine finding I found in a large retail organization once. So, but there are different interpretations of this, of course. So there are at least 4 different interpretations, which I'm sorry not to give you a chance to think about it. You can be thinking about it in your own head. One is that the more profitable the branch is, the better it's doing, the happier people feel, and the more people feel, oh, well, that's my manager thanks me, or the manager, because the branch is doing so well that everyone's doing well, and they often get thanked because the branch is doing so well. Or you'd think it runs the other way. You might think, oh, because managers thank people, they work extra hard, they feel extra positive, they thank each other, and they work well together, and that's what's made the branch profitable. Either could be true, or it could be they're both a result of something completely different, which is that you've got an excellent manager with brilliant communication skills, and so that leads to both a high branch profit and a manager thanking them. Or it could be they're completely spurious. It can be that there's actually no real relation to them at all. And if you look, for example, at this glorious correlation And here again, you could say, well, what's that about? Is it because they get tangled in their bed sheets, they start eating more cheese? Or do they get tangled in their bed sheets because they're eating more cheese? Or just possibly, and neither anything to do with the other. So just be a little bit careful, because people will sometimes read correlations in a direction of causation that is very hard to justify. And you can do it to a certain extent over time. If you introduce something and then see a difference, there's a chance, depending on how well you've controlled the variables, that it might be related. So be wary of some of those. And the last statistical thing I'm going to tell you, which is really another important one to look at when you get survey results, is the p-score. And a p-score is basically how likely it is that these results are a pure fluke. So if Newcastle again is saying they're much happier than Southampton, does that really mean they're happier, or is it just a chance? So remember, all these statistics come from things like you've got a production line and you want to see whether, on average, how much liquid have we put in each of the bottles. You'll take a sample and you'll have a look at it, and this will tell you whether, if we've taken 100 bottles, how sure can we be that that's true of the whole population. So have a look. If you've got a score that is higher than 0.05, then it may be they're not completely reliable, those findings. So very briefly on sampling, knowing that we're already running late, and thankfully Donna did a good session on this yesterday. So why might you sample?
We're okay, do it properly. I mean, we did say it will be between 1:45 and 1 o'clock. So I
Okay.
know people are hungry, but you know, there might be.
Okay, well, I'll thank you for that, but I'll still try to get through it reasonably quickly. So why would you sample? You can't get to the whole population, or you may need to sample on certain constituencies, and it's just cheaper. Sometimes you will choose to do a whole population on employee surveys, for example. You may feel it's an important part of people feeling that someone cares about what they think. So even though actually you could probably, if you do a proper sample in a huge population, you could perfectly well extrapolate the answers. You might choose to do a census so that everyone feels they've had their say. This is the same slide as Donna used yesterday, so I'm not going to go through it. Sufficient to say that you will be doing non-probability sampling, and that no statistical tests work for non-probability sampling. All these statistical tests are based on probability sample of one sort or another, and they're all based on high response rates, because remember that this all comes out of quality control, for example. So you're talking about inanimate things that you don't need to worry too much about them being humanly different. So that all of the statistical tests are based on you've got the sample you've chosen. And of course, very often with employees, you don't have the sample you've chosen. Half of them haven't filled in the wretched questionnaire or whatever. So having a high response rate is incredibly important for any of these figures that you look at that say, is this a big enough sample? It assumes 100% response rate. So beware of that. And there are lots of tables that you can look at that tell you how big a sample you need. There are loads of them on the internet. As Donna was saying yesterday, if it's a non-probability sample, it really doesn't matter. Although, as she says, in terms of reliability, even in a qualitative survey, remember you've got to write about your reliability, then saying that you've done your best to choose people from across the whole population rather than just the people most convenient or nearest you or your pals or whatever is part of your reliability, but it doesn't mean it's a statistical sample. So when as you see from that little table at the bottom, when you ask the question, I've got a population of 10,000, how many people do I need for it to be a statistical sample? The answer is it depends. It depends. And one of the things it will depend on is the homogeneity of the group. So it depends partly on the standard deviation, which we were talking about earlier. So if you've got very widely differing views, then you might need a larger sample. And one of the tests that you will use will be looking at the standard deviation of the population. And as Donna mentioned yesterday, if it's fewer than 100, no sample size is big enough except for the 100. If you see what I mean, it's too small to be taking a sample. But this gives you some idea. And the p-score is the plus or minus 5% is the equivalent of the p-score. So typically you would be looking at that row to have what would generally be seen as respectable as a sample size. So I've dashed through that last bit quite a bit. Has anyone got any questions? I know that lunch, asking that question just before lunch, you know it's a hard back. There's someone, I think, raising a hand, or perhaps they're not. No.
Question about the relationship then between sort of a survey and, I know we've talked over the past couple of days of like doing interviews first and then doing a survey. But if you've got a survey, which I have in my organisation, that I quite like to dig in a bit more to some of the answers. Does it work that way to then do some interviews?
Yes, and that very often is what happens, especially if you've got a big international organisation that sends out, the same survey to everyone. And then, you then need to work out what on earth's going on when you get a particular finding. Perhaps it's got worse than last year, or there's one particular population with a particularly troublesome score. I remember I did some work some years ago for the John Lewis Partnership when they discovered through their survey that there was a particular age group which were not the youngest. It was the people, I can't remember the exact bracket now, something like 18 to 24, 20 to 24 age group. All their scores pretty much had sunk from one year to the previous year, and they wanted to understand that, and they sent me off to do a bunch of focus groups to understand it. So yes, absolutely, especially if you don't have much control, as you very often over the survey questions, then yes, do some research, some more qualitative, in-depth research later on is a really good idea.
Any other questions? We can pick up on questions in general of what Liz covered and what Jenny covered this afternoon, because we're going to do all questions on anything, because you might come up with other things as you're reflecting on this. So Jenny, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I know you won't join us this afternoon, will you?
Sorry?
You won't be here this afternoon?
No, I can be for your last session. What if you tell me what time it is, I can come along for it.
It's all right. We'll pick up. Well, okay. We'll have that conversation outside in a minute.
Okay.
But so thank you very much for now.
My pleasure.
Can I just say thank you very much for waiting, because I know you're probably famished. Out for lunch. Coming back from lunch, we're going to start with the critical reading and writing session, using those two articles that I'm hoping you read, or at least. Oh, good. So excellent. And then after that, we're going to do a kind of a wrap-up session. Okay, what do you do at the end? When you're putting your report together, and then we'll have a general kind of all questions on everything that you want to ask. Yeah? Okay, great. Enjoy lunch. See you in an hour. Jenny, if you stay with us, we'll.
McNary might come back. Yeah.
Well, let's see what happens. Okay. So before we start with this critical thinking exercise, Can I just get a sense of where you are in terms of your reflections and how you feel about what you've got so far and how you're processing it? How do you feel? What do you think? What's in your head? Is there anything in your head that you want to share?
I have this gut feel that it all seems to be okay, but a bit like when we looked at the positive questions and opinions and behaviours, and we thought, oh, this is much harder than we thought. And I think I'm going to reach that point quite soon, where actually I think it's okay. Once I start digging into it, I will probably unpick lots of things that I need to resolve, like my scope, my sampling group, and how I'm going to organise it all. So yeah. It makes sense here.
It's a good place to be. I think I've got it. I know there's more complexity there that at some point might make it. Yeah, no, that sounds good. If you're there, that's great. Right, good. Any more? Well, nobody else wants to say it?
I was going to say I feel really overwhelmed.
Over or under?
Overwhelmed, but underwhelmed with my ability. But I always feel like that at this stage.
Right.
And I go away, I bury my head in the sand for a little bit of panic, and then I give myself a good talking to, and then I go in on the research, then I come out the other end, I'm like, good, I got it.
Good.
So I'm not too worried by the fact that I feel.
That's excellent. And that's great, because you know your strengths, how to process that. But fair enough, we know we throw a lot at you at speed. And inevitably you feel overwhelmed, particularly because here's something that you think you should have known all about, and you do it, but oh, suddenly it's more complex than you think. But then that's part of the learning, right? Otherwise you wouldn't be doing a master's, you'll be going to a conference and, but yeah, great. More?
Yeah, mine was a bit similar in that I had a moment of, wow, this is going to be so fun. Because we're picking our own topics, it's going to be so much more work than I thought. Once we started to pick how much time it would take to do coding and mathematical analysis. But actually, also at the same time, just like, okay, that at least I know now, and rather than in a month's time, and that's it. So,
Great.
Yeah.
Great, you're all very good, right? And managing go on. You're not prepared to say.
No, I feel, I think I need to have my chat with this, because I feel a bit like I had an idea and now it's evolved a bit.
Yeah.
I need to just talk it through again now.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, to be honest, a lot of you will be doing that.
Yeah.
And, what you end up writing up at the end of this might be very different from where you were in July. Yeah. Hardly ever people stick to exactly the same thing, and
sometimes you do your proposal with your research objective and questions, and then by the time you get to the end, you found that those as well, which is all right. You can find there's room for flex through this entire process.
yeah. Yes, even though we keep saying to you, this has to be very rigorous and there's all these things and you have to do this. And then our job is to give you that. And then when you're saying, oh, I don't physically can't really do all of this, I've run out of time and nobody else will come for an interview. Our job is to help you find a way to make it work. And we will do that. And nobody has failed so far.
Liz, when you think about flexibility, because I was thinking about this earlier, I can imagine the questions that I start off with, once I've done a couple of interviews and think actually they're not working. I assume that it's okay to
tweak your questions, but reflect on what you've done and why?
Are you talking about the questions in the interview guide?
Yes.
Yeah, it's absolutely fine to be tweaking, etc. As long as you make sure that overall, what you want to be doing is making sure that the research questions, so those higher level questions,
Yes.
that you're staying there. If you start deviating from that, then you probably need to just have a conversation with your supervisor about actually, let's just check that this is going to be working, okay, because you end up with a whole, free, then you don't want that. But the questions themselves, as I've said, you're not going to be doing the questions word for word. Anyway, you'll probably end up asking them very differently, so that's fine.
Or your interview guide may end up having just themes rather than actual your actual questions could be asking this, I could be asking this, or I could be, and in the end you might not ask it exactly as you've got it written down.
Yeah, absolutely.
But are you covering the theme and are you getting the right data is what?
Yeah.
Right. Any more feelings, thoughts, stuff in your head that you want to get out? So we talk about, so I'm aware I don't want to scare you any further with this. I think you've got, how many of you actually read the two papers, Balogun and Drainer? And yeah, good. So not the majority by the looks of this, somebody, yeah, go on.
I just
go back, yes.
15 seconds.
Yes.
Will you come on to, we talked about getting all the data and all the research. Will you talk to us about how we put that onto the paper? Is it like citing?
Yeah.
Or is it a slightly different way?
Yes. So the next session is about that. So we'll do that. Although to be honest, it's probably too early for that. We'll do it, and then I think when the time comes, you have to go back and refresh your memory about what it is you're supposed to use it as a tick list. Right. So let's do. So some of you haven't read this. So I think what will happen is maybe you will be using kind of the papers to refer to as other people are talking to you about them. Let's see how it works in practice. We still don't have anybody online. So remember we talked about this in July. What do we mean by critical? I think I've shown you pretty much the same slide. Any people who remember? Yeah. When was July? Yes, so very quickly. So a range of good sources. Yeah. So let's see some of those in your writing. You consider work that not only supports your ideas, the argument you put forward, but could also contradict and engage with that. Yeah. Say something about how good you think this source you're referring to is. Not every single source you mention, because otherwise it's going to be really, long-winded and annoying. But if you're relying heavily on an argument that a paper you read makes, make sure that you critically analyze the validity of that argument. The validity of that paper, as we will do in a minute when we look at those two papers, are they equally valid in the arguments they make? Where is the evidence for that? Yeah, so some of that. Why do you think one may be better, more reliable as a source than the other when it comes to talking about line manager communication and engagement? Where does your evidence for that assertion come from? Right. Talking about valid evidence. Right. Valid evidence and logical argumentation. What is a fact? What is an opinion? Never state an opinion as if it is a fact. I mean that to me, that is an obvious thing, but quite often we take a lot of things as professional communicators, a lot of the things, here you go. A lot of the things that we think we know about communication in our heads have become fact about communication. That's not good enough. The things that we take for granted in our profession, even though we might all agree that they are absolutely, they hold true, right? That doesn't make them facts. So a fact, and an actual fact in your organization will be what? Yeah, that's a fact, right? How much money the organization makes, where the offices are, you know, what brands you have, what products you produce, what, you know, all of those things are factual. An opinion that might come across as a fact might be what? If you're not careful.
Views that people hold. The views that people hold.
Yeah, or something like line managers are the most important part in change, the most important factor in change communication. Now, that is, unless you can support it with evidence, that is a viewpoint, right? Once you put some references next to it of good sources that show this is the case, like the Balogun article, for example, then it becomes a supported opinion, viewpoint with evidence, and that's fine. Yeah, you don't need to support the fact that your organization has 50,000 employees, 10 offices. You know, you don't need to give us kind of reference, whatever it is, company, whatever. Yeah, so that's my point, really. It doesn't mean you can't state, of course you state opinions. This whole thing is about what do employees think, feel, experience, whatever. But yeah, make sure you support stuff. So, make sure when you finalize your review of your report, at the end of everything, you've written it up, you've checked it and everything, have a little check of these things. Have I done enough of this to get me the top marks of being critical, of showing I'm being critical? Right. The most important thing in being critical is that you question things. You don't take things on face value. You don't take them for granted. Even if they appear obvious, even if they appear, if you heard them at right, 70% of change attempts fail, right? How many times have you seen this stat in pieces about change? How many times? I mean, just talk to me about this. How many people actually believe this or indeed have used this as a fact?
I've used it. I'm quite
Yeah. We all have. Right, our managers, goodness, of course they do. Consultants everywhere. Looking at this face value, what would be your first response as a reader? This. Here's a nice graph. It tells you 7% of change management initiatives fail, and more importantly, companies executing on their vision, 90% of that is a failure. Right, what's your immediate? Tell me, how do you respond to this? Yeah, that sounds interesting. I'll take that.
Go straight to the bottom. But note around the sources.
Yeah, and good.
Yes, it's a reputable journal.
Yeah.
Let's have a look now. Also know how many companies are in the sample.
Okay, good. So that's a good response. Is this valid? Is it supported by anything? And actually what they're doing is saying, oh, look, this is a valid fact because look, these sources, they support it. However, what is it? Oh, tell me more. Other people, other thoughts, other.
I'd look at the data, look at the data. In 2011, things could have changed by then. You know, organisations might have learned.
As significantly as this? I mean, you're right. It might be, it's really, yeah.
It's a pie in my head because it hasn't been taken out of context.
What makes you think? That's a good question in mind, remember?
The first source is, do 70% of all organisations change initiatives really fail? Taking the source from that and turning it into a title.
No, that's the title, that's the title of the paper. It's badly read, by the way.
Represented as a fact that question is, do 70% represented as a fact?
That is the title of the paper, you're right, yes. So what are you thinking now? Does that article actually say this is a fact? Or does it actually say exactly the opposite thing? That is an article about the fact that the 70% figure that most articles about change seem to reference and take for granted actually is a nonsense. And because what he did very, very carefully is he went back all the way back to the source, trying to find where does this stuff come from. So he did a kind of a meta-analysis of sources. So finally discovered that actually it originally came from an interview that now Cotter is a well-known, academic and consultant and a big name on change. So you call him a reliable source. However, this did not come from any research that Cotter did, any of his writings. It came from an interview in which he said, my hunch is that more or less 70% of, and from there on, it kind of assumed some kind of snowballing thing. So the next people picked it up and the next people picked it up. Now there were studies since. There were some studies done by McKinsey and other people that showed that, that there are sort of, in some cases, high levels of failure. But again, if you looked carefully at those studies, what they didn't show is that the whole change program in those cases where they identified failure change, there might have been elements of the change program. And there may have been different reasons and contextual factors matter. So again, you can see how, so he actually unpicks the whole mythology around the 70% figure. So very well observed there, but this could not be necessary, even though it appears on the face of it that it is a reliable source. It's a source that says exactly the opposite of what I claim to be the case. So, criticality. You could, say something like this to us and we'll be very impressed. Worth reading, actually. Any thoughts at this point?
How can we believe you?
It is a very good point. You have to read it, right? Because I might have made this up.
Who knows?
Of course I might have made this up.
You set up a workshop now so that we can reference.
Yeah.
Workshop.
But yeah, I mean, it's a good point, right? So if you have a question in mind, you are welcome, and in fact you should also question your tutors. And the answer to how can you believe us is go and find out for yourself. Look at the sources and then make up your mind. And in fact, you could say, actually, when you said this, you misunderstood that point, and it's perfectly possible. Thank you. Very good. Very, very good. Any other thoughts?
What's failure?
So,
What's failure?
yes, exactly. And one of the points that he makes actually is that it's not well defined at all in those studies that supposedly support the figure or a figure near that. They either don't define it or define it very badly. So what does it mean? It fails. Does it fail on the basis of the fact that the initial outcomes did not materialize? Does it fail because somebody wasn't happy with it? Does it fail because, I mean, what if they started with a plan, but they changed it because they simply had to be flexible and respond to circumstances? Why is that necessarily failure if it achieved, if it was just responsive? And if people didn't feel it was a failure?
The same with the word, the same with vision as well.
Exactly.
If it's a poorly defined or written vision in the first place, then inevitably expect it to.
Yes, exactly. And also, I mean, I would really, I don't know where he got that, because what's his name? Hughes does not talk about this secondly. So my instinct is that they probably took it from Kaplan and Norton. But the Kaplan and Norton they reference here, I don't quite know what it is. If you look at that, that's the other. So 2 points, 90% sounds extremely high, right? So if it's really true that 90% of companies fail to deliver on their vision, well, where are those companies? I mean, it's only 10% of companies that are really successful. I mean, look around you. Does that even make sense in terms of?
Well, they don't measure it, so they don't know.
Oh, yeah. But clearly, a lot of companies set out with some kind of vision and achieve it. Otherwise, they will never be successful in monetary terms or in other terms. I think that is a misunderstanding, and it comes from this reference. And when you look for that, that's not, what is that? It's not a book. Or they don't say, is it a book? Is it an article? Is it, what is it? We don't know what it is exactly. It's a theory. It's because Kaplan and Norton have come up with a scorecard theory, and they've talked about it in many different books, and other people have used it, but it's still very vague. So it's another thing that we can critique them on. So, thoughts, questions?
Kind of just thinking that, we've all been, since the time began, we've all been internal cultures, corporate spin. And, so it's kind of, other people much worse about, comparing to political figures in the past, oh, you're just spinning it. So it's kind of interesting to, if we're writing headlines, how much of it is actually spin and how much of it, we could be interesting to go back and particularly analyse, like the exercise we did for the discourse and discourse and
discourse analysis, yeah.
We do the same thing with some of the stuff.
Yeah.
That'd be probably quite fun, but the kind of stuff it's bullshit or whatever. Because we can easily say like PR and that. But it's a kind of an interesting one, kind of how the things work together. PR, spin, and whether you're actually telling the truth.
Well, yeah, apart from this, here we are talking about the research process. So the academic research process and the rigor of that. But it could apply to our practice. Yeah, yeah. You can see why people are cynical, yes, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, who says somebody was starting to say something, no?
No, I was just concurring.
Right, so talk about that. So now let's do this for ourselves, right? So let's take those 2 articles. How big do you want the groups to be? I think a little bit bigger than just 3 people in a group, given that not many people have read. I'll let you organize in a way, you can self-organize. Let's see how that works. In a way that you have at least 1 or 2 people in the group. So it can be 4 of you coming together to talk about. So try to find some people who have read lots of things and come together, and then I'll give you about 20, 25 minutes to talk about the 2 articles. And so compare the 2, critically analyze them, critically compare them. And if you are thinking of doing something around line managers and communication, talk about also how you think you might use the 2 as part of your literature review. Where will you use it? How would you use it? Each of those papers. So, a couple of things to keep in mind as you are reviewing and discussing the 2 articles. And in fact, anything else you're going to read for your literature review, this will help you. What argument is this article making, right? Is this argument clear? And is it coherent? Is it consistent? what is the evidence behind? So they're saying 70% of change fails. So what's the evidence? Is it good evidence, right? So how valid, how robust is it? Which will also point to the methodology. Are they telling me how they found this evidence? Where's it coming from? And is it good enough? Are there other explanations for the evidence presented or not? Does it engage with other work published in the area and alternative arguments that don't necessarily support the argument they are making? How well are they doing that? Is there a clear if there are recommendations for practice, how robust and relevant are they? This will definitely apply to your paper as well to your final report. And how overall, therefore, having considered these things, would you say this is a reliable source, and how reliable? Yeah. So, but with reference to these points, have a discussion of the two articles, and then we'll have a chat. Is there any questions? You know what you're doing?
So what would get you more marks? Reading lots of books and not being that critical, or reading a few books and being really critical?
It depends what lots and a few is.
So when 20 books.
Is that a lot or a few?
A lot, for me.
That's the feeling.
Cool.
It's right. Yeah. It could be a chapter or a book because
I think we're moving away from like, in essence.
It's a good question.
It is a good question. And I would say, personally, a good argument based on good sources, structured and evidenced well, is better than lots and lots of stuff about things you've read that has no relevance, is discussed badly. And so that doesn't mean you can get away with having read one or two books. And remember that articles are easier than, books is a difficult thing, right? Because they take time. So you don't have to read a whole book. Read selectively. Yeah.
I was going to ask, where should we be doing critical analysis? Is it everywhere? So like in the literature review and does that need to have elements of critical analysis?
Yes, the literature review, where you can't do it for every source you reference, particularly if you reference and source in passing, simply to say, Cotter, when he talks about change, he talks about this, the 8 points or whatever. I don't want to say then, and in this article, Cotter is not being very good at substantiating what because if it's kind of a point in passing. But with anything that you discuss, which is a major part of your argument, that you talk about in detail, particularly where you are using it as part of building up an argument, structure or supporting your findings or not, then that is a good place to be critical. And particularly, let's say you have, here's the majority of the literature around line manager communications suggest this. However, there are a couple of other people who've come in later data or later pieces of research or research in this particular sector contradicts this point, and then you can do, what sort of critical thing might you say there? That makes it, so this in itself is interesting because you are, remember talking about the critical point, you are considering opposing views, so that's good. You're looking at different sources, that's good. You're already doing criticality, and you can elevate it even more by saying what at that point.
However, my industry has nothing to do with that, so it's probably not relevant.
Yes, you could do that. You could link it to that. You could also say, of those sources that I'm referencing here, those sources, actually the most robust research based on what they discuss next one is this one. Or you can say, however, these people who are claiming this, haven't really done a very good study, or their study was very limited in terms of, and they themselves, so something like that, which shows that you also considered, okay, so you say there are two views here, but you're also saying, well, this might not be as valid a view based on the methodology they're using as this one. Yeah?
Yeah.
So, and then you said, yes, in the literature review, and also criticality in the way you discussed your own data. As in, again, could this be this, could it be that? Yeah, opposing views.
Yeah.
Good, any other questions? Shall we do a little bit of that exercise? Right, come back, so how long do you need? We do 20 minutes to start with, and let's see where we are after 20 minutes. Or do you think that's?
If people need to do a little bit of reading of the article, because you can't do this without actually having looked at the articles, so.
Yeah, interesting. So what you want to do, 20 minutes to start with?
Yeah.
Get into groups.
Yeah.
Feel free to go out if you want and kind of get yourself in a different space. But let's do it, and let's see where we are at 10:02. And then we'll take it from there.
Who's read? If you've read it.
I'll say get together, okay, good. I'll let you organize it yourself.
I read it.
Find this.
We felt we needed much longer, even though I had read them, or two of us have read them, probably more. Still, actually, reading them once wasn't enough. Because just getting information, we probably needed just a little time to really be able to.
All right, but you know, it's not supposed to be exhaustive.
Yeah.
So you're not supposed to say every single point about them. They're big articles. Just even if you start seeing that there are some things that are really different between the two, and there are points where you can critique them. That's all I'm looking for at the moment. Whether points of critique that you can make on the basis of what you have seen, and it won't be every single point. It's impossible. That's fine there, right? Okay. So would it be useful to have the questions on or not? Okay. Right. Who wants any other? How did you find it in general? Getting into that kind of critical reading, analysis mindset.
Interesting, yeah, I think. I enjoyed it. I was sort of trying to do it a bit quick just then, that's my fault. But yeah.
Good, okay. So we start looking at some of the points that you identified. Let's just first of all talk about the two articles in comparison. Did you find that one of them was more reliable than the other?
Yes.
So, yes,
Yeah.
no, yeah, you all agree on that? Okay, and I'm assuming this is. Okay, go on, why did it, so Balogun is more, right, okay, so let's hear some of those arguments then. Why did you think that is a better source to rely on when you're talking about line manager communication and change?
I mean, one of the things we talked about was an extensive sources, and
Mhm.
lots of them, not all of them, but from academic journals,
Mhm.
whereas Brock's article was using a lot of, Brock was using quite a few practice-based sources such as CIPD,
Which is not necessarily a bad thing to use.
no, but because of the weight of academic peer-reviewed sources in the Balogun one, one of the things that made us feel that was a bit more robust.
Right, so does everybody agree with that point about the sources and whether they were academic? Did they have academic sources?
My interest is more in the way that Balogun took us through the sources, so that I was better
Right.
able to understand what she thought about them, or what the value was, and how she was using them. President Throughout, I just kept reading it over and over and it felt like a list or a catalog.
Yes.
And I couldn't figure out which valued and what the differences were.
Yes. I think, to be honest, if you look at this, they also use a lot of academic sources, particularly about, to do with engagement definition. They have pages and pages about the definitions of engagement and how they differ in different research traditions and whatever. But the point with Balogun is she uses the sources with a purpose to build an argument. You can understand how she uses them and why she uses them, and she talks about them intelligently. This is exactly as you said. It's a list. Here's another one, and here's another one. Here's another. There you go. What? Why? Well, yeah. Why? So okay. Why do I need to know all of this? It's that difference, right? So very good.
It's a clear structure in that.
Yeah.
Whereas, is structured in within.
It's very much kitchen sink.
Yeah.
Everything. Yeah. Yeah. I know about this. I've read it. Here it is.
Back to her key points, so John went through, repeated a view of the four roles of the line manager or middle manager, so you felt that there was a thread holding her together.
That's a really interesting point, right? So actually, talking about creating a narrative, building an argument, and taking your reader with you. This, and also, reading through the Balogun article, even though it's an academic article, it's very easy to read. And I think that's the point about it. So it doesn't have to be difficult or highbrow or whatever. She does a really good job with that. And I think when you do, you're communicators, you know how to write. To do that when you write your final report, tell us a story, take us through, make connections, link things. So that's, you know how to do that, you're storytellers. So yeah, fantastic.
Rock did kind of devalue him towards the end. He said it should be borne in mind that this research reflects the perception of practitioners and is therefore a one-sided view of the situation. So he's already saying this is a little bit of a biased presentation, and I felt that to me that meant it wasn't necessarily a balanced, reliable.
Okay, so we're talking now about which aspect of this that again is almost his sample, his methodology. So yeah, so another aspect of reliability, so you identify very well, one is the sources and how they're used and how clearly they're used to build an argument. And the other, it has something to do, so other points, yeah?
So I thought the Balogun one in terms of the methodology was stronger.
Right.
When the Rock one, it appeared that they were basically taking the four enablers of engagement from another piece of work and then doing a survey to see how much time practitioners were spending on it, and it was just the survey with the four things, like how much time you spent on this, and then it said that there was about 300 people, but when it says that they were likely to be senior managers in the southeast of England and London, maybe suspect that it might have been like a self-selecting survey. I didn't see that, but it was just because it said likely, it just said likely.
It was all very, yes, exactly. So for one thing, how clear are we about what their research objective was? How did they build this methodology? Do they tell us what did they set out to achieve with the research? Therefore, what was their research objective? What questions were they asking? And why that methodology they chose was appropriate for what they were doing? Did we get that clarity? In Balogun, it was there. It was there. Actually, she tells you what the research, the objective, the research questions are all there. She tells you about the methodology very clearly, and then how they did the sampling and all that. Yeah, exactly. It's the other one is a bit of a mess. Do we even know what the research objective? I mean, every time they write another paragraph, they seem to restate the research objective, and it's slightly different. But they never say this is what was. So they start by saying something like this paper examines the current state of internal communication practice in the UK, how it supports employee engagement, and how practitioners would like to change it in the future. So does their research design build on this?
seems to focus primarily on, certainly survey, on those four pillars.
Yeah. So they certainly we're not having anything about the current state of internal communication. They're not covering that. How it supports engagement, well, do we get that?
That's what I feel like, because they linked it to the fields and park.
Yeah.
That's where the link of those four enablers made to engagement. They're just taking it and they're just asking practitioners, how much time you spend on this? Do you want to spend more time on it?
So if you are, even if you're linking it, so they could have restated their objective that what we're doing is we're examining how some internal communication practitioners are delivering on the four enablers. Let's say that's what they set out to do, which is closer to what they ended up doing. Instead, why are they asking how much time are you spending on it? Where is that coming from? What does that achieve in terms of how does that help you deliver findings around how internal communication supports engagement? I don't know. I might be missing some. I mean, what do you think?
They do say that they did focus groups, but they just have 2 points on the findings. It doesn't say like what they did or what they asked or what they said. And then I think it also says there's like maybe a phase 2 of research that was going to come next year, but they haven't done that yet.
Yes, and then when they're presenting, they're giving us some stats at some point, like 41% of people said this. And we don't even know where that comes from. Does it come from the survey questions, which are not very relevant to what they're trying to find out? Or does it come from the focus groups? It comes from the focus groups. Why are they presenting it in terms of numbers? It makes no sense. And where are where's the qualitative stuff that comes out of the focus groups? You expect to see. So the methodology is a mess. Which is, so that's part of your commentary. Fine. So poorly defined research objective, messy literature review, methodology all over the place. Right. What else? What else makes you think, okay, I can trust the Balogun article, I can get stuff out of it, don't know what I'm going to get out of this, can't trust it. I mean, your commentary so far is spot on.
One of the things we talked about was that Balogun used quotes in diary entries to help bring certain points to life or to demonstrate how he felt about it. And that helped us validate some of the information that's coming through from the diary. So there's evidence, and she shared that with the so primary evidence, which is well sourced, because it takes you through. Remember, we said trail of evidence. She takes you very clearly through. She starts with, this is what I set out to find out. This is why I did what I did with the methodology, how she did her research. Here's some things that we found. And she does this very nice thing with, so summarizing her findings in terms of that little 4-point thing, matrix, whatever she calls it. And then gives you evidence, primary evidence from her interviews to substantiate what she's saying. Yeah. So excellent. Other points?
I mean, they also have quotes from the focus groups and RUC. I mean, I'm not sure if you read the article, but I think a lot of information is in RUC, but it feels more like it's a work in progress and like they wanted to do this study. Yeah. And maybe it was part of a longer term process project, but it's not complete, and it's the structure I find the most. Yes. I think that a lot of the information is here, but even arguably is making some claims about the state of the profession, because talking about the percentage that believe that the field has improved. But it's just so, I just found myself reading in circles of the whole airplane right here. I was rereading it in addition, hadn't read it already, and I just got lost.
I think that's a very nice point, actually. It's measured, and in many ways you're right, is that you can completely dismiss it. And it might, I mean, we know, many of us will know both Kevin and so on, and we know they're not I mean, they're good thinkers and good professionals. So there might be all sorts of reasons why this paper didn't actually work. They might have had to, who knows? And we know Kevin has done a PhD. He knows how to do research. And there is, you're right, there is a lot of information in there. So something has gone wrong somewhere. But it's a well-measured point that you made. So kind of lost you in the argument he was making, that it wasn't substantiated. And as you said, there are a lot of general assumptions and statements about internal communication that, again, there was no substance to it. So points taken for granted. I don't know if you have any little nuggets that you highlighted, that you've noticed in terms of in either of the papers.
I noticed about the bargain was that I had to really my own bias with that. Because the things she described in there are my exact experiences of a change process that have been done within the communications function. And as a middle manager within that, exactly how I experienced it. So I was suddenly reading it going, yeah, this must be true because it happened to me. And then I go, whoa, hang on, it might not just because it happened to me, it doesn't mean it's true.
That's a good thing to check your own engagement with what you're reading. And even if you feel that that's something that's worth saying as you're discussing it, you know, that adds an extra level of interest. Of course, what they do is they're saying, actually, there are, in many ways, they're saying there are two perspectives of looking at this. Some people say X, some people say Y, it's not necessary. And they also say, I don't know if you noticed, and it might be the same, I mean, it's difficult because there's so much, as you said, that you might not have read everything with a lot of attention to detail. One of the things they say is, even in their findings, when they discuss their findings, they say, well, there could be this explanation for those findings, but it could be something else as well. And for example, and we don't have enough evidence to go either way, so we would recommend that they, and that's evidence of good thinking on their part, and it makes you more likely to go, okay, yeah. They might not be right. In fact, they're saying we might not be right. So you could use it by saying, well, they also consider the possibility that this is not quite accurate, but excellent. So you've got it. You can all read critically, you can think critically. So tell me more, if you were there other points that emerged?
The only other thing I was just thinking about is the Balogun one is published journal article, but the first one is from a research symposium. So it may not be gone, may not be finished, may not the same step.
Yes, quite right. So the first one, so the Balogun one is peer reviewed, and the other one is not. Yeah. So nobody read it and said, yes, okay, that's fine. It's well worth publishing this. Yeah, very good. And that's something you can say, you know, there's this view and then that view. Now that view comes from a lot of articles which are more robust, based on robust research, are peer reviewed. So chances are, yeah.
Yes, the other thing that we talked about was the Balogun article was from 2003.
Right.
So it's itself 25.
Good point.
And then some of the papers being referred to in that the 80s, 90s, in some of the 60s. So you think, okay, things would have changed in some areas since then. So is it as current as?
It's a very, very good point. And I would like to see some of that as you're discussing your literature. You could very well say, yes, this is an interesting perspective, but many things have changed in the workplace, particularly more recently. And perhaps, you know, a more recent study on this that contradicts what they say could shed light on these changes that are now affecting how line managers are viewed, or how line managers. So that would be a really nice point to be. So as we said, I think we said it many different times during this workshop, and I'm sure Liz will have said it, and Ollie, an old date does not invalidate what's in the study. As Ollie keeps saying, Aristotle is really ancient, however, you can read. So, and there are some seminal papers, however old they are, if they're central to the topic you're studying, you know, you talk about engagement. The original concept of engagement came from, right, so that's 1990, right, so it's, can't do maths, 35 years old. It will be strange if you don't reference Kant, though. It's a 35-year-old, because he came up with a concept, right? Admittedly, there are differences in how the concept is used, and you're not going to overdo it. But and also he has some interesting things to say about psychological safety as it links to engagement. And again, he's one of the first ones, if not he's the first one who links psychological safety explicitly to engagement, right? So again, doesn't matter that that was done in the 90s, worth mentioning. Yeah. With our literature review and then with the management report itself, as each of you is working with your group, supervisor, yeah, are you going to be looking at what we, going to be commenting on what we have included? Or yes, or will you say you haven't included this one and this is an important paper? Are you just looking at what is there and it's up to us to make sure that we've covered everything? Are you going to tell us if we've missed anything, basically?
Well, it depends what these are the sources you can use. That's not our job.
But, yeah, no, of course. But if we've missed something significant, well, what we will do is give you feedback on your drafts. Yeah. And, you know, we don't want to see a draft every 2 minutes. And we're not going to say, so if we see something really obviously missing, we will tell you. And if we see an argument that doesn't quite stack up, or, you know, so again, or the discussion is not clear in the way you're discussing the sources, we'll tell you that. We're not going to, or if something really doesn't sound relevant, but what we won't do is micromanage your literature review and your sources. We won't say, no, you have to include X, Y, Z, and don't include those. But it's up to you. So part of this is about what you find that is interesting, how you read it, how it has informed your thinking about the topic. And part of the joy for us as well is to go through that journey with you. And so I'm sure I'm going to have 2 or 3 different people looking pretty much at the same thing. It would be really great to read some different arguments and different perspectives on line managers and change, senior managers and change communication. And I'm sure that will happen because it's about your engagement with the literature as well.
So based on that, would you not? Yes, because that's a negative question. But if we've identified through our conversations over the last couple of days that we're doing similar topics, would you suggest that we do or don't share?
It's completely up to you, frankly. I mean, with the early, think about the discussion boards. The lovely, lovely discussion boards you all love so much. What Mike said about those discussion boards, it's great because you're able to share your sources, which is sharing out the workload a bit. That same principle, I would suggest, applies now.
Yeah.
Though if you all ended up with a carbon copy of a reference list to each other, I think we'd probably start to get a bit nervous. But it's carrying on with the same principle of, oh, I've read this, it's really useful, it says this.
Yes.
You know, you can even, I'm pretty sure that there are can start up discussions on the discussion board also about that very thing, if you wish to do so, or you might prefer to use WhatsApp and do it private.
I would definitely do so. Absolutely share your reading and your learning. Don't share how you're writing.
Yeah.
Don't share your drafts with each other, so that we end up with a situation where you put them on Turnitin and then they tell you that. Yeah. But don't do it. But yeah, absolutely. Good. Any more points either about those two articles or anything about critical thinking, reading?
Another one
writing?
from me, in
Okay.
terms of finding your sources, do remember that Dan Stutt is sitting there in the library, waiting for people to say, I'm doing something on this, can you suggest some sources to me? And that's what he does, you know, that's his full time.
With as unspecific as that, my topic is this.
Yeah.
He just asked for keywords when I spoke to
Yeah,
him the other week, and he said,
Yeah.
"Give me keywords and what your title is." In fact, he said, I'm not gonna overwhelm you, he is 12 to look at. So he's 12 to start.
And when you have 12, to be honest, those 12 will give you
Yeah.
another,
Yeah.
so then you're done, really then. So, good. Any more, any questions, any other points you want to make? I think you're ready to start discussing it between you, aren't you? So, has it been all right as a session to get you thinking about this critical? To be honest, I think you've got it. 100% you've got it. So yeah, good. Have a break, and then let's do the final thing. Yeah, yeah, okay. Okay. Come back.
Cakes up there as well.
Yes.
And just bring your energy levels.
25, let's come back 25 to. All right, that's fine, that's fine. I mean, we have to do a few only a few things.
Yes.
We get. Right, okay. So you've done all the hard work, set out your research objective, done your reading, done your methodology, conducted your research according to the right principles, pulled your data together and analyzed it as Liz has told you, or if you still want to do quantitative research, feel free. Or so as Jamie discussed, and then finally you're ready to write it all up and to submit it. So that's the bit that we're going to talk about now. Now, admittedly, this feels a long way away, and it might feel a little bit abstract at the moment. So as I said, just come back to it. That's why we are definitely recording it. So when you're ready, remind yourself, come back to it and yeah. Yes.
When is like the latest bit until we.
You know what, at the end of this, there is I'm gonna go there now. So ignore that. I'll come back to all of those things. There is a very helpful thing that Liz and Jenny put together. Because I personally am very relaxed about time. But they made me. So here's a kind of hopefully a helpful idea of whenever you should be doing different things. It's not going to be the same for everyone. You know yourself. You know when it feels right for you to start your analysis, to start your writing, and in reality, you might be doing a lot of things in parallel. You know, you will be doing your research and you might think, okay, I haven't read enough about this. I'm going to go back and do some reading at the same time as I'm doing the research. So as you're doing your analysis, you might discover you need to read about something else. You'll start doing your writing and then you will be changing some of the wording in how you describe your methodology. Yeah, so it won't be the same for everyone. Does this help?
Yes, and I'd say in particular, when you're likely to be doing your interviews, that's a fairly, that relatively robust, that time. And so if you need to be warming people up now, because I know quite often you need, there's a lot of people have to give like a couple of months' notice to start getting everything in place. So, I'd say just, be getting on with that if you just like, I know Rosie, we were talking about you doing that you know, back in July, one week, you know, you've got the access issues.
Middle of that 3-week window is half term. For interviews as well, so anybody who's got.
Well, you'd have to choose people who have got kids then.
Or it's not a 3-week half term, right? So some people. So, yeah, so there needs to be some flexibility. Having said that, I didn't have a student, right? So who round about then hadn't done any of these interviews yet.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, how the hell?
Yeah.
I mean, I had seen some drafts of the literature review and I thought I was all right. And I knew his research was on the right track and that his methodology was okay. But he hadn't started his interview. I thought, how is he going to do his analysis? And he was saying to me, don't worry, I'll do it. I'll do it. He was talking to people on the front line as well. And they say, oh my God, this is going to be a car crash. He turned it around in a couple of weeks. I just couldn't believe when he gave me, and that was before, just in case, that was before AI was capable to do this thing. So it was before. I just could not believe what he got a merit. But I'm not saying do this. It's really, really.
And I had somebody a couple of years ago who just had a hell of a problem getting access, and was a consultant. There were various other things that weren't going right, and ended up doing it all at the last minute. And he managed to do it. I think he used up his entire annual leave.
Yeah, well,
on that, because you know, if it comes to the very last minute, you are not going to be able to do it just on the.
You know what, the thing that will suffer more than anything else if you leave until the last minute is the depth of your analysis, your understanding, the criticality in putting your discussion, and therefore the quality of your recommendation. And if you want something out of this, as well as we get a master's, is to be able to go to the business afterwards and say, look, I've got something really meaty here. I would like to implement. And, you know, so don't, allow yourself the time to think things through properly. It's not just doing the interviews, it's what you do with the interviews. Any questions, any thoughts on this before I move on to go back to the beginning?
The feedback on the proposal, is that 2 weeks, is that a maximum?
It's a maximum, and we're never going to leave you 2 weeks. To be honest, the reality is we come back to you quite quickly. It's just because we have, Liz and I have got 6 supervisees. And with our other commitments, we won't be able to come back in 2 days to everybody. Yeah. So realistically, it depends how good what you submit is as well. So it's just making sure that, it's going to be less. It's going to be less.
It doesn't have to go like through the review process or anything like that with with assignments and things. It's just you guys having.
This is the proposal.
You're then going to have to go through the flipping ethics process, which is a pain.
God, yes. And we're now, I mean, we've now had a call from Sari asking us to do this with you. So what we're saying is, if possible, we might try to do it as part of a supervised meeting. So supervisor, whatever. So one of the meetings when we are talking about things, we might allow, if it's possible for you and for us, we might allow the 20 minutes you need to actually also include that process. And you have to actually be doing it, and we have to be watching you do it.
It's basically, there's a couple of documents you need to write, which are off the back of the proposal anyway, really. So you'll write those in advance, we'll have a look at them, we'll say, yeah, that's fine, and then together we'll just, on the app, right, will you upload this onto this page, please? Is essentially it. And just do not put loads of effort into it. It just needs to be good enough that it will get the ticks. But
where does the ethics fit on that timeline?
So you cannot finish it until you get your okay from us that you can. So it will be after this. in reality before you start conducting the interviews, but that's not gonna work, of course, because you don't, so probably you will be doing it in this sort of,
Concurrently with the-
in this sort of window, yeah.
Because we need to provide the consent forms.
Yeah.
We'll get it
But that's-
before when we do the interview, so.
That's right. Well, no, you don't need to provide every single consent form.
Okay.
You need to provide the consent, the template of the consent form. So that said, I don't know, I think you have to say what your research is there and.
And then I think
I
the
can't
other
remember what
document, I
else.
might be getting confused with Kingston, but it's basically, why are you doing this research? Which, you know, you're gonna be pulling from a proposal
Yeah.
anyway. And then you're not going to be traumatising anybody in the process.
It's the same
other
with,
than yourself.
yeah, the other one, the information, what information are you giving to your interviewees about research, so, yeah.
It'll probably be, it'll be an evening getting that form, the form done, and then you'll be able to put it in and forget about it. Right.
So somebody wanted to ask, yeah. Sorry, no, cool.
Oh, sorry, yeah, no, I was gonna ask about the first bit with the research, draft, introduction, literature, etc.
Yeah.
How draft can that be? I mean, you know, I wouldn't do it massively draft, it doesn't have to flow, does it? I mean, you're not looking to copy and paste it into the final report.
No.
So it can be more of an ideas document.
Don't do bullet points, when you say, it depends what you mean by an idea, so basically, we are not looking for beautiful prose.
No.
And so if you're rushing it and you haven't had time to proofread it, but make sure it makes sense.
Yeah.
That your argument, particularly your introduction, kind of makes a coherent argument, you end up with a good research objective. So your literature does not have to be complete, or indeed, you know, makes the best argument at this stage, because you're going to go back and rewrite it, but as long as it flows enough for your research questions and you have good, because the things that we are going to come back to is good research objectives, good research questions, good methodology. So your methodology, it all holds together. One leads to the other, and your say discussion guide for your interviews is okay, or you have to revisit, you know, take out that research question, that research question is not clear, revisit your discussion guide, make sure, could you think about restructuring it, or think something like that. We will also, we might do it in two goes as well, so give you that as soon as we can, and then go through the document and give you much more of a feedback on what you've written about your literature, for example, which you only need to go back to when you're writing your final. So we don't want anybody to go back and start rewriting the proposal. The thing you might want to rewrite is your research questions and your interview guide.
And the other thing I'd say is it does make sense if you can, given that you've just had all the input on the methodology, and that is not going to change radically between the proposal and the final version. I'd say, you know, rather than, obviously you need to do the literature review to make sure you've got the right sources, but the bit to put the effort in is, well, A, the introduction of the, you know, the research questions, etc. But then if you can make a good stab at the methodology rather than anything too scrappy, that'll save you time towards the end. Yeah, just because it's going to be fresher in their minds having talked about it.
Yeah, no, it's a good. Anybody else? Okay, let's kind of try to go back to the beginning. This is an interesting way of doing it. Right, I think this is pretty much where, so just to remind us, I don't know if you've had time to look at the brief for the management report, but these are the sections you need to cover. So there will be an executive summary, which you will obviously write last of all, as that's a page. It can be in a business writing style, so that doesn't have to be academic writing. It can even be in first, oh no, actually forget if I said that, I didn't say first. Executive summary, business style. Think that your audience there might be your senior management or whether your boss or, and make sure that covers everything the rest of the paper covers. The first chapter, we call it, very nice, research background, objective and research questions. It's very descriptive, it's what it says. Basically, so it's that argument you make in your proposal about why you're doing this. And then how you're using your literature to get to your research questions. So all of those are in that second chapter. Methodology as is, we know that. Obviously, when you rewrite your methodology or cut and paste, whatever you do, make sure that the tense changes, because when you write it in your proposal, you will say, I will be doing this, this, and that. But by the time you write it up, your management report, you will say, I have done. And you will also add some things, for example, how did your pilot go? What did you change as a result of your pilot? What did you find challenging in the course of doing your interview? So there will be some elements that you will be adding there as well. And then you put the new bits, the research findings, which is a really exciting thing. So here are my findings. They're wonderful. And then a discussion chapter about what is significant about your findings and why. And then a very short conclusion, leading to your recommendations, which are the practical things you are recommending you do as a result of what you found. And the other stuff is, you know, self-explanatory, right? So reflection statement, references and bibliography, the difference between references and bibliography. Yeah, so
Oh, that's what I was gonna ask.
Yeah.
Bibliography is everything you've read, and the references is everything that you've cited.
exactly.
Is it a bibliography then?
So references, so there's two, this has got some history because one of our external examiners asked us to have that. It's useful. The references are the things that you reference in your paper, the report. The bibliography is everything else you read, which you don't include. Yeah, if you have another two things in the bibliography, it's fine.
Two lists.
So it doesn't, yeah, two lists. Your main list is the references. If you haven't read anything else, don't include the bibliography. It's not the end of the world. Appendices, again, there's a couple of things, when you read the brief, you'll see there's a couple of things you have to have in, including your ethics approval. Other things you could include if you think they make your report look better, or the substantiate some of the things you say. Yeah.
The question that I wanted to ask was, so got X amount of references, would you use those references in the bibliography again?
No.
Okay, so you would
just in the
only
references.
you would only add if there was something that you had read in the bibliography that wasn't in the reference.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
Okay, so anything,
Does the learning reflection at the end? Like in the last module, we put the learning reflection at the end of the assignment.
it is at the end.
You're right, we did it well, the difference is, last time we asked for it after the references, this time we used it for the references. I think because it's being marked this time, I think probably the.
Yeah, so it's part of
So with it being marked, it counts in our word count.
It counts in the word count, yeah. Oh, no, it doesn't.
I'm not sure it does actually. I don't think it does.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. No, I'm sorry.
Not applicable next.
In the privilege, yeah, okay, so I don't think it does, neither does the executive summary. So yeah, so the 8,000 words without those things included.
You mentioned as well, so it should be first person, third person. In the past, we've been writing in third person.
Yeah. Stick with that.
Where do we still do that?
Oh, with the exception of the personal learning, and that is very personal. Yes, as before. Yeah, third person throughout, apart from the learning blog at the end was, you know, obviously it has to be personal. Good. Oh. Wait, I'm moving a bit.
Is there a specific
That should work now.
Is there a specific word count for the personal learning statement? that you want to
No.
know? It was like, what was it last time, like?
It's about a page. Most
About a
people do
page,
about a
Okay.
page.
Yeah, it's quality matters much more than quantity. So how deep you go into your reflection and learning, rather than, don't give it descriptive, this is what I did, and this is what I did, and this is what I did, yes. Yeah. Right, so let's look at the research findings chapter. One very useful thing you can do is to use the research questions as structure. So you'll have 2 research questions, 3 research questions, or even 4. Effectively say, I will discuss my data, well, you won't say I. The data in this chapter is discussed under the 4 research questions. So research question 1, how do managers experience X, Y, and Z? And then you start talking about what you found that fits and that effectively answers that question. So that's what you're doing there. You're answering your research questions using your data. That's what this is, research findings chapter. So for each questions, remember what Liz said, you take your raw data, your codes, and you pull them together into themes, and we need to see those themes discussed here. What were the themes that you identified that help you answer that research question? And are there differences? And are there different aspects? And are there people, is there a minority view? Is there a majority view? Obviously, some of them. Evidence for each, please. So it's not good enough to say people thought X, or the majority of people thought X, Y, and Z. Was your evidence? Remember what we said? The Balogun article felt good and reliable because she gave us evidence for what she was saying she found. So that's what we want from you. So you say one of the things that one of the key drivers people identified as being important for line manager communication was listening. So when a manager was good at listening or spent a lot of time listening to the people, that seemed to make people feel whatever. So here's some examples from my data where people said that. Yeah.
And saying that it was, that was that everyone agreed that, or that a majority agreed. Just pulling out that majority minority point is great. That really helps with the granularity you're showing.
Question.
No, just so you don't quote, it's about a group of people, well,
Yeah.
you can't say person X said.
Or if you're doing focus groups as opposed to individual interviews.
Individually.
Oh.
So you say person X said.
Yeah.
This is a backup.
So in the individual interviews, remember with your transcripts, you'll have a transcript for each interview, which you will analyze, code. You will code and say, so each transcript, each interviewee has a code name. Interviewee A, manager X, whatever it is you decide your code system is going to be. So you're going to say, people said listening is important. Something about listening, manager X. Then something else about listening, similar point, manager Y. Yeah, that's what I mean. So you don't have to say job blogs. So not identifiable, but labeled. So you know this comes from a unique interview.
But that will be the quote, that you're not going to do that in the narrative. In the narrative, you're just going to say a majority of.
Yeah, talk about this, which seemed to be significant for.
So like, I've written some to you, and like your quote said, you put a quote, you don't have to do.
No,
it's not, yeah, so remember, now here you're quoting from your own data as opposed to from the researcher. And so don't just use a single quote for everything you say, because one of the things that makes your reader believe that you really have found this is a pattern rather than something that one person said, is to show it occasionally it's a pattern. And more than one person said it, Now, you have to choose your moments where you use 2 or 3 points to substantiate something. It's not going to be possible for every single point you make. You're going to run out of words. But yeah, some multiple chords, particularly when you have slightly different viewpoints, perspectives, or different people saying the same, more or less the same thing. Again, use your judgment about which chords will provide more richness to what you are presenting. So, commentary and context, rather than here's a theme, here's some evidence for it, here's another theme, here's some evidence for it. Anonymous, always. Remember what we said when we talked about reliability and validity. One of the claims you can make when you want to say, actually, I haven't sure that my research is reliable, is to say that actually one of the pieces of evidence I can produce is that I have quoted from across my data set, effectively from all my interviews. So I'm not just giving you a single or a partial perspective only from the people who I liked, you know, the perspective of. So I've only selected interviewee 2 and 3 and 4 because they, you know, those were better interviews and they agree with my point. But actually, I can show you that all of the people I interviewed have some interesting things to say here. Develop an argument. Again, take us with you, right? So storytelling. Remember, so this is a story you're telling us from start to finish. So think about how to weave your data presentation to a story. So what flows from what? What links to what? I mean, you can organize it in so many different ways, but which way tells a better story? Makes more sense to what you, I mean, you can do this. Again, I said, you're storytellers, you know how to do it. So there's a kind of, let's list the points and let's connect the points, weave a story using the different themes. Try to do the second, not the first. If you find, and most of the time you do, that you come up with some other interesting things that you didn't set out to find out, but they are very prominent in your findings, you think that's quite an interesting related point that I can talk about. If you have a room, do. And you can say then, you can say, okay, this can point to more research that I need to do about that. Or another thing that I need to think about that could make that other point kind of come to life. So think about this chapter as you answering your research questions using your data. It's you and your data and your reader, basically. This is what I found. This is what this is about. It has nothing to do with the literature. We don't want to see literature references. We don't want to see such and such a person said, and therefore this expert. So, and not much interpretation. You might end up doing a little bit light interpretation here and there just for your narrative to flow. But really, the interpretation comes in the next chapter, in the discussion chapter. All right, so I think that's me here. So before I go to the next one, how does that feel? What do you think about that? Now, I know some of you might have done something similar in previous pieces of work, but doable? So I think you're going to have a lot of fun with this. At the beginning, it will feel overwhelming because there will be so much. But, and you know, one of the things that just walk around and think in your head about what is the data telling me? What story am I telling here? What's interesting? And like Liz said, maybe you want to kind of play around with it either physically or in your head, whatever works for you. And you know, it will. That's why it's worth giving it the time, because the more time you give it, eventually the story will emerge, and that's the point where we really love it.
I think you would love that bit, probably.
And the final bit of coding that I showed you, you know, that final grid where you could actually see how many people were saying what, that is just so helpful when it comes to thinking about this and writing this, because I don't know about you, but before I started doing coding, I used to be writing up findings, and then I'd be scrabbling through pages and pages. Oh, I know there's a point here, there's this, so there's a point somewhere. With this, you'll be able to just go really quickly and find everything as well. So that does all fit logically together, this process.
Yes. Any questions for that one? Before I move on? Okay. Discussion and evaluation. This is about what does this all mean, right? So you've done, here's my data, here's what I found, here's what people said. Here are the answers to my research questions. So, and then there's and so what? What do you do with that? What do you do next? And this is where you're kind of trying to pull those threads from your findings, bring them back, link them to your original discussion of the literature and go, okay, and therefore, this is why, what is important and what I'm going to do as a result, right? So this is about what does it all mean. So start with your research objective. So remind us what it is you set out to do, to explore, to understand, to know again. So I set out to do this. So how did all this data you just told us about, how is it helping you to do that? You know, to understand how line managers, whatever it is. So, and therefore, that's the discussion. Now, it's interesting, here you can do all sorts of things. And it's really up to you how you want to organize your argument here. This is effectively your thinking. Your thinking, using your data and your literature reading and go, okay, this is what I think is important. These are the key things I think I want to do something about. Now, sometimes there is a bit where, because this is a little bit amorphous in the beginning, you can shape it in any way you want. Some people start with still with the research questions and go, okay, under this research question, this is what I found, this is what the literature says, and under this research question, this is what I found, this is what the literature says, because that's an easier way to go. And to be honest, if you want to do that, that's fine too. I think what people find is that quite quickly they realize that this limits their ability to construct a good argument, because normally what you find under one question, what you find under another question might link to the same literature point and might lead you to a third thing, right? So eventually you'll want to fly free from the research question. But as a starting point, if you're struggling to build your argument together, to start your thinking, you might start with that, to go, okay, I'll start on the research question to see where I'm going. Sorry, I've gone a little bit, so I've gone a little bit outside my bullet points there. So basically, you need to be saying here, right, what have you found? Why is that significant? What may be the reasons behind what you found? What would it explain it? What are the implications? What does the literature say about it? So that's your kind of going from presentation of data to interpretation of data. Yeah, so that's the difference between those two chapters: the presentation of the findings and the discussion of the findings. So the literature will help you illuminate some of the points that you think is significant. So so it might say something like, I found that authenticity is very important to people, and how people perceive authenticity is what links to how well they trust their line manager. this seems to agree with a lot of the literature, for example, such and such a pair of writers who make the point that. However, you know, I also found in my data that there were some people who define authenticity very differently, and for those people, this argument didn't work. And this could be explained by, I can't remember whose point it is, who says that in many ways, people perceive authenticity in different ways, therefore, you know. So can you see how we can build the argument here and how you can engage with bringing the literature back to what you are saying significant?
I think an important point here, because that's something I picked up with some drafts here, is that sometimes people treat their findings as though they're almost there to validate what the theory says. You know, this shows that what Shine says about culture is correct. That's not what you're there to do. It's more that what Shine has said is, you know, useful when looking at this, or it validates, you know, what. So you're analysing your data, not validating what the theory is telling you. Because I just found, I think last year I seemed to spend a lot of time on drafts changing that round.
Kelly's waiting to get back in. Oh, can you let her in?
Whoops. I knew that was a health and safety thing waiting to happen.
I just realized, I'm assuming this says something like try to tell a story, but I will check just to make sure I am.
Flowing narrative.
Oh, you've got it. Yeah, there you go. I got it right. Try to tell a story. Okay, we're talking about that. Is that? What for Christ's sake? Take on this list.
What am I doing now? What? Oh, is it not moving? Yeah, I'll do it.
Right, it's okay. Right, so before we go there, any questions on this? This is, to be honest, this is going to be the most difficult bit. Don't leave it until the last minute thinking of it. And but it's shorter.
Can we just go into a little bit more detail on that point around moving way around to the literature on what we're doing?
What do you mean?
So Liz just said there was quite a few issues around kind of having that, like, so the best way to do it would be like when looking at my data,
Yeah,
this author
yeah.
supports some of the assumptions that have come up.
It's more, you know, sort of, this is what I found that psychological safety is important in order for people to speak up, you know, sort of as, you know, reflecting what Edmondson or whatever.
So you make your argument based on what you read your research, then say, and then also blah blah blah. Also, so it's like a secondary thing.
I think what it is a bit of a combination, is that you're not just making your mind up based on the data. You're making your mind up based on the data plus your knowledge of theory. You know, so actually that's interesting because that could it be this? Yeah, that's what so and so said.
Yeah.
So you were seeing last year more of people saying this is the theory, and then like which also being seen in my data.
But yes,
and not to do that.
No, because effectively you're saying my data suggests that this is what's happening in my organization, right? And actually I can strengthen this point because the theory also suggests that that's
use the theory to strengthen your point.
Yeah. Or interestingly, this is something that seems to be contradicted by the theory.
Sure.
That is interesting. Why would that be? There's your critical thinking coming. Why would that be? Well, it could be because, as somebody else in the theory says, this could be happening in this particular context, or because it's very hierarchical or whatever. So that's kind of how you use the theory here. It's what we call triangulation, and it's generalizing. It's in qualitative research. It's called generalizing to theory, to literature, because remember, we talked about generalizability in terms of statistical research, where you have large populations, you can say it's statistically valid, therefore I can say something about whole population of line managers or whatever, because I know I've got the numbers. Here you don't have the numbers, but you make, because you have this literature link back to the literature, you can say, actually, I can be pretty confident that what I found is really reliable. Because it's not just me who found it talking to 8 people in this organization, it's also confirmed by a lot of other people. And if it's not confirmed, there is a reasonable argument that somebody else makes why this could be so in this particular context. So, yeah.
And it's about what you're ultimately trying to do.
Yeah.
You are trying to look at what's going on in your organisation and why. What you're not trying to do is do a whole load of research in order to validate somebody else's theory.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Would it be reasonable or right if you had something in your data and it contradicted the theory, but it might be that, well, you've only interviewed 8 people. So, you know, you could say that this was a limited study and that actually further research, or are you kind of shooting yourself in the foot by criticising your own research?
Well, if you had done the research well, and if you had selected your sample well, those 8 interviews and the analysis you've done of those long transcripts should have produced valid data, right? So that the fact that you've only done 8 should not be good enough reason to say, oh, well, of course, that could be invalid. Yeah. So you need to think about, you might say, of course, there is a limitation here. And I might, but be careful how, I mean, we'll help you. If you start going down that, you know, we'll make sure that we bring you back. Because that doesn't sound like a good thing. Absolutely, you can say, well, of course, this research set out to investigate this in this particular context, and I appreciate this is limiting, and there are other things that are missing that might be useful to know in the organization. That's fine. Yeah. Right. Well, any other questions on this one? Okay. Good. Oh, keep clicking the wrong thing. No.
I'm just.
All right,
Like the word count on other, trying to kind of indicate the potential word counts for each section. Right that or well.
It is in the brief.
Is it also?
Yeah, again, just you know, to be honest, I think a lot of people will find by the time they're doing the research, the chapter, the research findings, they'll find that's definitely the longer chapter because you need to put the quotes in. You end up overdoing it and running out of words, and then you'll have to make decisions about what do I cut here. Yeah, so there's some work to be done there in the end. But the important thing is once you have your argument clear in your head, it will become much easier to cut and trim and edit. So we talk about, so this should be very straightforward. It should be, I don't know, half a page, something like that. This effectively you saying, this is what I set out to do, and this is what I did. And this is what I found very, very in big summary, right? So what you've done, summarize what you've found. And as you do, actually, I should have said that in the discussion as well. It will be good as you are doing your discussion to be thinking about, does this point to the recommendation? You want to be, remember you were telling a story throughout. So by the time we are reading your discussion, what you have found, we need to be, we don't want to see recommendations in the discussions, but signposts, it's a really clever thing to do. So that by the time you're going, and here you will summarize them very quickly, but by the time we come to the recommendations, it doesn't feel that they've come out of the blue. We've heard this thing about, oh, training is useful in, or whatever it is you're going to do. You know.
Which is pretty similar to what we've been doing all the way through. Yeah.
So if you're going to mention limitations, here's probably where you will put them. I mean, I think that should be straight. I mean, are there any questions on that? And your recommendations, you know how to do this. Be focused and be practical. Yeah, this is where you come back into your own territory as practitioner. What the hell am I going to do with all this stuff that I've been, telling you about? So we want key areas that you're going to build recommendations on. Make sure you have strategies and tactics. Don't, I mean, this is kind of me teaching you the obvious, but so top line strategies you recommend for each area, and then some tactical implementation detail for it. I mean, there's not much point in giving you too much now, just work with the brief, because the brief tells you exactly what you need to do. We need to see enough detail, there need to be tangible, implementable things, actionable things, and we need to see exactly what you're thinking, really what you're thinking of doing here. So it needs to have enough substance, enough, sort of flesh on the bones. Timetable and thinking about resources and things like that, chances are you'll run out of words, so you might want to put that in the. The timetable is a requirement. The resources thing is not really, but obviously the measurement thing. You need to say how you will measure of the things you're recommending. It could be, a line, but you need to say something about that. Caroline, yes, sorry, you had your hand up. Oh, you did. Hold on. So anything more on the recommendations? Don't leave it until the last minute, think you can do it in an afternoon or something, just give it time. Fine to be thinking, even as you're doing your first couple of interviews, nothing stops you from thinking ahead and making sure keep your diary, keep your thoughts. Oh, could it be that? You never know. Keep thinking about what it's telling you about what you might be doing.
Yeah, in a way, if you get to the point where you've written up your findings and you're only just starting to think about what does this all mean, you haven't been doing your research very well. Because if you're using that reflective approach all the way through, you'll probably change your mind half a dozen times, but you should be pretty damn clear it is you're going to be saying by the time you start doing that discussion.
Good. I'm not even going to talk about that. You know how to do this. There is, description of what this should look like in the brief when the time comes. As I said, depth over length is appreciated. So we really need to see a little bit of vulnerability here. Proper reflection always has that. It's not justification, really, and points about time management, you know best than that, basically. Those days. Yeah. Oh no, I didn't misspell December. For some reason it looked wrong to me. We talked about that in detail. I think I'm tempted not to do it. I mean, do you want to do this in groups, or shall we just have a big general, any questions, any thoughts, shall we do it that way? Guys will probably, and maybe start with, we lost, what was on the?
Sorry? No, it's fine, because Lily's on the call. I don't know why she's not over there.
For some reason.
Definitely here.
Okay, so we start with you. Do you have any questions, any reflections?
I think the key reflection is, as I go along, I think just logging my potential recommendations, interesting insights, and just timing. I think I'm going to have to set out a plan of timing when ideally I want to complete each section by. But yeah, sorry, apologies. I missed the last hour or so. So I'm just coming into this now, but that's what I've got so far.
That's all right. And any questions about anything at all about the 2 days, about the whole research process?
No, I think for me, it's just next steps is getting in touch with Ollie and cracking on with my my proposal.
Yeah. Good, okay, I mean, feel free to come in later as well. Right, so who wants to get us started? Reflections, questions about anything and everything we covered, and if there's something that we haven't covered, if you know, they're important to you. Go on.
So I had what I wanted to do quantitative,
Right,
because I wanted to have. It's not a huge group of people. And then to do the quantitative with everybody, some, you know, some sort of open response type questions and something a bit more positive. And then potentially do a small number of follow-up one-to-one interviews. So yesterday, I felt like that was, no, don't do that. Just do the either the group or the individual interviews. Today, I'm now confused again. Is it, so should I be, I know it's dependent on what my question is and what, you know, what the research questions are and what I'm trying to do. Am I complicating it by trying to do 2 stages of research, unnecessarily complicating it?
at this point, your focus should be on what is it my research objective and what are my research questions. Until you know that, you can't know that you're going to do both quantitative and qualitative and necessarily and in that order. And the fact that you only have, you said about 40 people or whatever, it's neither here nor there, right? So what is it that you want to find out will guide you to what is the right methodology. And the other key question is, will you have the time? Because to do a questionnaire, you have to do the questions, test it, pilot it, allow them time to fill it in, do the analysis, all of that probably will take up all of your time, by which time you don't have time to also then plan an interview questionnaire, set up interviews, collect the data there, the qualitative data, analyze that. So physically, it's going to be impossible to do both, I think. I don't know what you're saying.
I would agree, and particularly knowing that you've got time constraints to start with, Caroline. So I think that's absolutely right. The other thing I'd say is that with 40 people, actually, if you're interviewing 8 people, you're pretty much going to have theoretical saturation anyway, I would have thought.
Also, I mean, nothing stops you from building on another piece of research as part of your recommendation.
Right.
Yeah, no, I think it's just, so the 40 people, it's not actually 40 people, it might be like, you know, 80, but still.
Well, all we say, yeah, still 100, you'll get, frankly, I mean, it's not. For any quantitative research, it doesn't take long to get to that point. I mean, it's a technical term, theoretical saturation. You know, you will find that you'll start hearing the same things coming up, you know, points coming up time and time again. And as soon as you've got to that point, that's when you're at that theoretical saturation point. And then, you know, unless you've got a really clear idea of, you know, what you would have found in the exploratory phase, so you can go straight into that really detailed questionnaire design with the knowledge of all of that behind you. You know what people are thinking and feeling, and so you can just see to what extent is that generalisable. And then, frankly, I'd say you're much better off anyway from methodological perspective, going for the exploratory phase first, and then broaden it. You will have solid research.
And then you just put the questionnaire in. I mean, we don't know. Again, Kathy will know in terms of what is your research method, but that will guide you. Anything else? But
If I'm only speaking to 6 to 8, and there's I would only be speaking to one person from each of 6 or 7 areas. So I'm only getting one person's perspective. I'm not getting anything.
yes, but remember what we said, it depends on what it is that you're trying to find out.
Yeah.
All of these people work in the same organization. If what you're looking for is, I don't know, what is your thing?
So it's about the
adoption, speed of adoption of AI, Gen AI tools,
Right,
basically.
And all of these people are using.
Yeah.
So remember, you are not using them, you're not interviewing them as representative of these places they come from. You're not gonna say, oh yeah, here comes, so I have found something about HR. But you are interviewing them as for who have experiences in this organization. The reason why you're selecting widely, and it might be, you don't have to represent every single part of the business, but you have to have different people with different experiences. That's the important thing, right? So diversity. So what you will find, if what you're setting up to know, to understand, is what's going on with adoption of AI, you talk to these people, you identify whether everybody is having the same experiences, the same set of barriers and drivers, or whatever it is you call it, the same understanding and experience how communication around AI is working, or there are differences. You don't need to say there are differences between these departments. You can, at this stage, you can say there are differences, and I'm going to explore, okay, there are similarities, I'm going to explore them further. So that's, yeah.
It's just that people in different areas of business will have a very different purpose for adopting AI tools. Some it'll be efficiency, others it'll be working with clients. So
That's going to be an interesting, well, I mean, an interesting thing you need to consider. You might go at the beginning, well, I'm going to start by looking at the people who are working with clients, focus it down. So that's a way of doing it. So your objective becomes then adoption of AI within client-facing colleagues or whatever terminologies in that organization.
but and that's what I'm doing, is trying to figure out what I'm actually trying to get to. Is it the client-facing bit, or is it the personal adoption within whatever their role is? And then I need the representation of the different roles to know how the differences are, how they're going to use it.
So each of those would be a different purpose.
Yeah.
And so you need to decide what your purpose is based on the business need. And then from there, you take it. So that's the introduction and the research objective. And then your research questions, your methodologies come from that.
Yeah, and that's the loop I'm sort of stuck in at the moment.
Yeah.
Decided, which I think I just need to.
I think you'll get there.
Yeah.
You'll get there. It's an interesting topic. So I'm thinking, you'll get there.
Well, then it's focusing it on the communication part around the adoption rather than change. The other part of it.
That's also interesting. Yeah. Food for thought at this stage, I think, but so before you talk to Ollie, maybe. Yeah, that sounds good. Other questions? Thoughts? Questions?
I mean, at one point you said, Liz and I, or Tom and I love when you include disconfirming evidence or data. And I want to know a little bit about what happens when you see it and what excites you about it. I mean, if we have at only one point of view, does that mean we haven't reached saturation point? Should something be brought up more than once to know that we've saturated the topics? Are those two things related in your mind?
I would say it's a findings level. Just at a simple level, it kind of makes the whole thing feel more real and feel more robust, because you're not going to be interviewing a bunch of Stepford wives who are all going to be coming out with the same thing. Hopefully, there will be a range of perspectives, so you can see what are the common things, and some people think differently to that. So it gives some depth and nuance to start with, and as you take it from there, you can think about, well, this is what is going to be important for the majority, but then are there other things that we need to be considering, depending on what the topic is.
And that's the sort of thing, you see, what that says is that as you were doing your analysis, you didn't discount the things that didn't fit in within the key frameworks, the key themes. You actually were open and thinking and considering everything. And again, that is another piece of evidence that goes towards saying, okay, robust research, reliable. So that's important. And it raises a good, interesting question for you. Why is this different? Which you can then go on to discuss in your discussion piece. Would it be because these people are younger, or they joined during the pandemic and they had a very different induction experience? That's an interesting, yeah. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Good. More, anything else? You can also come up with, oh, I'm still confused about this, this is the bit I'm missing, I expected this and I didn't get it. Anything at this stage is good.
Or anything based on, we took you through all the qualitative research stuff, we took you through the quant stuff as well, any queries on any of that kind of the step-by-step doing it bits.
Can I ask about the literature review?
Yes.
Sorry, the literature review, how much?
Yes, keep talking,
Yeah.
sorry.
How much depth do we need to go into for the first?
For the proposal?
Yes. I mean,
how long is a piece of
Well, I was
string?
going to say, are we expected to know quite a lot of detail from the literature that we're going to be referencing, or?
Do what you have time to do. I would say that to be honest, the more you do now, the less you'll need to do later.
I'm just thinking, if somebody said that they contacted and came back with 12
Yeah.
recommendations, and some of them you might think, actually, no, this isn't, I'm not going to focus on this one because it's in a different direction.
Yeah.
And it's how much?
I think it will be different for different people, but at this stage, the more important thing is to get your research objective right, your research questions right, your methodology right. So use the literature to get you from the objective to the research questions. So it doesn't have to be complete, it doesn't have to be beautiful, but the more you are able to read and discuss, and in that discussion, you might not have to put all the detail you'll end up putting in the last one. The more you do that, the more coherent your argument will be. So do what you can do with the literature. It will be different for different people.
And certainly try and make sure you've done all your reading by the time you start to do the interviews, because it's that sort of theoretical, not contextual. You're not going to use any of it when you're doing. Well, I say do all your reading.
Yeah.
Read what the sources you think are going to be useful. By the time you're doing your interviews, when you do your interviews, you will undoubtedly find things that think, it's interesting. I think I need to find out a bit more about that. At which point you can use your own research skills. You can drop a line to Dan. You can talk to your supervisor and just see, how you need to supplement it.
Yeah. Right. So, any more?
I'm assuming that our own supervisor doesn't mark our report.
Oh, yes.
We do, and then it's fully second marked.
Yeah.
Fully second marked.
So the supervisor is also the first marker, which we recognise is a bit of an interest. Because of course, what happens is because we have gone through the journey with you, we know how much progress you have made, and we know what.
So you have supervisor bias coming into it as well.
And we are aware of that, and that's why we have a very robust second marking, and then negotiation of so the second marker has a lot of influence on what happens. And we do listen to each other, and we appreciate each other's expertise.
It's one of the reasons that you don't get the feedback back quite so quickly. That and the fact that there's Christmas in the middle as well. But yeah, we will at times. I mean, not that often, because usually I think we find that we come up because we're blind second mark, so we don't have any sort of sight of what the first marker has said, and partly because of that, you won't get any comments on the document itself, it'll just be on the marking frame because, sort of that could skew us as second markers. Plus, you're not going to be doing another assignment after that. Hooray! And so you don't quite need the same level of feedback we've been giving you so far. But no, it is, we've had, well, I'd say most of the time we are very close.
Yeah.
And that's because, we will be talking about the same stuff all the way through to you. Sometimes there'll be a ding dong between us, won't there?
Try not to be that thing. Yeah, it's interesting. So, yeah.
Who often wins in the ding.
Well, sometimes we bring it to the whole group and then we have discussions about it and.
Can you record that for us?
Sorry?
Can you record that?
That'll be
On
fine.
YouTube.
So we try to be as certainly very fair to you and as nice as possible.
And after we have both first and fully blind second marked and come to an agreement, a selection is then moderated, so it's read again by someone inside the inside the university who will sort of say if they agree with the marks, and that same sample will then go to an external examiner who will do exactly the same thing. And so that's a very high level of quality control.
Which is why we can't just give you all really nice marks because we need to make sure.
Yeah, we don't get found out.
Just on that point, to the fun bit here, when we get the email, how does it work? Because in the moment we go to console, we all find out on the day.
Yeah, you will hear us, it's the same thing, the marks will be released on Sol, I think it's usually the last week of January that the marks get released on Sol. There will then be a board that meets, we're not part of that board, Sally goes to it, and they confirm all of the marks through the whole of the masters, and it's at that point, it'll happen sometime in February, and it's always like a flipping, what's the thing, the Pope, when you get the white smoke, we never quite know when it's happening, but they have this, and then you will be written to, and they'll tell you what level of master, so pass, merit or distinction. There's no weighting in any of the marks you're given, okay? We'll wipe this bit of tape. So if you want to find out for yourselves in advance, you just work out, remember each of the first three modules, you've got 80% of the marks of that module is based on your first assignment, 20% is based on your follow-up assignment. And so that each assignment makes up 25% of your total marks. So for numbers 1 to 3, you just need to do one of those spreadsheets with that clever formula that I can't do, that says, that actually works out your percentages. And then obviously assignment 4 is 100%, the management report, that's 100% of your marks for that module anyway. It's 59.5 and above will be a merit. So if it's 39.5 to 49.5 is a pass. 49.5 to 69.5 is a merit. Anything over 69.5 is a distinction. Sorry, just like 59. 59, I meant, yeah. So 39 to 59 is a pass. 59 to 69 and a half in each case is a merit, and over 69.5% is a distinction. The halves are sometimes important because, all the maths can get quite confusing. So that's how it's worked out. And so you'll know by about mid to late February, you will know, they'll write to you and they'll confirm it. They don't tell us when they're doing it. And But we know if it goes on too long, we chivvy them, and we always make sure you get your marks as soon as possible. And then they will write to you in about April time to let you know when graduation's going to be.
Email or post?
Pardon?
Email or post?
I haven't, by that point, I have no flipping idea, I have to say.
Because I'm moving house, so it's like.
Right.
Oh, you can change your address on the university website.
But I don't email it, I don't care.
Right now.
Well, I mean, change your address. Fully covered.
I tell you what, on that one, ask Emily, she's gonna know the answer on that one, I'm afraid, off the top of my head, I can't remember. I know that when it comes to your form assignment, that one you definitely get on, so I'm not quite sure how it works thereafter. Sorry, Lindsay.
I was just saying, it's probably through your uni. Email.
Whatever way you're getting it at the moment, whatever way you've got your results at the moment, we have no visibility, we can't see how any of that works. The last one will work the same way.
Don't
Is it-
put anything in the post.
Well, right. Well, there you go. I would assume that's.
Put it on the WhatsApp so we know what to look for.
But they will assume the posts.
We keep our email address and access to the end of the academic year.
Yes. Sorry, say again?
Sorry, I saw an email address and access to everything, including the library through till the end of the academic year.
I'm not sure. No.
Oh, not the end of the academic year.
I'm not sure because the end of the academic year is in July. And you will have finished the programme once you've had your final results in February. So I just don't. Again, if you really want to find out, ask Emily and she can find out for you.
Yes, please. Our solar cards expire at the end of.
Yeah, that's what money.
Well, there you go. I would suggest if anybody wanted to pillage the Sol library, then I would do it sort of sooner rather than later, just in case. Okay.
That's also on the tape.
That's also going to come off the tape.
Ready to go. So, obviously you've had enough. How was it? I mean, how was it? How was it? I mean, I'm glad you're still smiling. You're looking forward to doing it?
Yeah.
Good.
Great. You've got some good topics.
Good. Question from me, how was Jenny's session with her being online? Did that work all right? Because it's something we may do more of in the future.
No.
It didn't work for you?
No.
Right,
Like, that's the biggest thing, I think, just microphone and I think.
yeah, right.
Like the connection.
Yeah.
It must be so hard for her.
It was hard for her,
Yeah,
but
she
it's
can't
useful
do
for us
it.
to know how well or it does or doesn't work. So it was okay, but not brilliant, is what I'm hearing. I think.
It's really hard for your brain to engage with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone's face and like you're moving around and it.
And presumably, when you normally have just online sessions, when you're online and the speaker's online, that problem is removed. It is just the online to the group. That's really helpful feedback. Thank you.
I think if we go to our question, like, you don't know at what point you can start speaking.
Yeah.
Online, you can put your hand up or put it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you were doing it at one point, you were going.
Give a round of applause for.
It's easy for us to just throw things at you.
Round of applause as well.
Yeah, definitely.
I got it. 100%. I really look forward to doing that. Okay, fantastic. Have a safe journey back. Get in touch with your supervisors as soon as you can.
Thank you. See you on the other side. Bye. Bye.
Bye, Kelly.
Bye.
Is there? Yes. Oh, right. So you'll be. So I'll get. I'll drop you a line.
Thank you very much. See you again.
Oh. Very good.
Bye.
Thank you. Well, it's not gonna be a break, but a little bit. Because and it's in, yeah, so you will be talking to it, like you said, it'll be always.
Yeah.
Yes. Right now. That's what. That's good. That is what's going on in the organization. Yes. Yeah. But then I have to do it.
Is it? Yeah, I am, yeah. And then I don't. I know
I mean, there's so many interesting things that you could do. I think Yes.
To
the right thing, I suppose.
Let's say at first, so there were
One thing, and doing it well,
Yeah.
rather than other things.
So internet access. Provided.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I'm giving you your tricks, I think some of this.
Thank you.
Being,
I just spent time with.
I'm happy with that, we've had to do access.
Big guns for all there, based on chips.
So they have to go.
It was part of the, excuse me, I've spent it at least 4 times, definitely.
Right, but this is not gonna be a survey.
It's not,
gonna
it's good. Use, but if I.
Yeah.
So.
No,
It's way round.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think from what I've seen now, seems. Given circumstances, you could start. Given the sense of who you would be. So because you said. Okay, then so you have the half and half. More or less, so.
Well, I've got a data that tells me how, what the staff calculation is like, although I do a whole chart, I do want to kind of do a ratio, so.
But that's the same thing.
Yeah.
actually.
So I think for what we call sociometrics, they're different to them.
It doesn't matter for this small sample, I wouldn't worry.
Okay.
Yeah, so effectively you're saying.
I mean, if I'm doing 8. Like 3 or 4 rows of vectors.
No, I think that will really make it. Yeah, this with the kind of research we're doing, I think, yes, I mean, the difference between academic staff and, you know, and administrators is significant.
Yeah.
And you might have one sort of. Like, so there's a lot, you think there's a lot of them. I mean, you do have to.
Yeah, I mean, if half our staff. so it's
Yeah,
like-
but you
Head
don't,
on.
yes, you don't need to have others, because that's.
I make it easier because that's hard to do.
Yeah, and it's depending on how you feel, if you feel you can reach. It's, but, you know, because you're talking about trust.
Yeah. Let's get stop this.
Yeah.
I suspect I'm going to get very different result from different groups.
Sure.
So I'd like.
Yeah. Next door.